Whew. Okay. Hello. Um, Today the stream is just getting into it because I thought I was streaming. I started the stream earlier and I thought I was live, but it turns out I wasn't. I'm guessing here I need to open the live streaming website on the browser before I hit the go live on the encoder, or it wouldn't actually go live. So yeah, I thought I was streaming. I thought I've been streaming for like what the past 39 minutes, but it's okay. I'm streaming now. So thankfully I didn't talk too much because I got caught up in some work stuff. So we are still fresh. All right, where was I? I was talking about the fact that I took a nap, right? I took a nap. I said I was going to be a little bit lazy so I could refresh or reset myself and log back in because I don't know. I think the last 3 streams or 2 streams I played the game towards the very end, right? And it's like yesterday when I was getting off to go sleep, I just realized the time I spent playing, I could have spent that time working on on extra stuff. I know I'm loading into a game now, but I'm gonna back out. I'm just saying. So, I just needed to remember myself. So I've restarted. Let us go. Took a sleep because basically I have like work stuff that I have to do, and then I also have like, oh, what is this? Over here. What is that? And there's also like the smoke. Anyway, whatever. So I am restarting my locking phase. Something. Now, what was my flipping post? After I got off stream last night, I realized I've been playing way too much, so I'm going to take a break today, be super lazy, and then lock in starting tomorrow. So that's what I meant. I didn't mean that I was going to stop streaming. I meant that I've been playing the game. So like, because I think over the past like 2 to 3 streams, I played that, and then I played this one, and I think I played this one too. So that's what I meant. I've been playing the game too much. So, and then I said I was going to take a break today, be super lazy. I literally meant I was going to, like, I don't know, do nothing work related. It kind of helps to, get myself ready to lock in if I just, take a day to absolutely do nothing. Just so in my sorry. In my do nothing stage, I decided to sleep, like take a nap, an afternoon nap. That was the worst decision I took today, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. So I apologize because I was asleep. I looked when I woke up and I read messages, I like the comments. I looked at the time and I saw it was 2 hours ago, and I was like, damn. There was really nothing I could do then. And I was trying to understand, 2 hours ago, put that in like the early morning, and then it kind of hit me. It was like, okay, probably got to the place before, Anyway, I'm gonna talk about some of the stuff. As a response to those things, I responded to here. So, all right, let's go. Oh yeah, okay, sheesh. Okay. So when I got into the accident, I actually made. I didn't think. I mean, I made that post. Like, I know it sounds crazy. Like you just got out of the car and the first thing you did was to take your phone and make a post. I made a post like 2 minutes after I got out of the car. Like, so, man. Okay, first I'm gonna start by saying I am okay right now. I mean, my heck, thanks. My wrist feels a lot better now, even. Um, like a lot better now, thanks to the magic. You know what? So, but like, what happened was, I got on the accident. The car was rolling. I thought it was gonna, thought the car was gonna blow up. So I kind of like, it was like a movie, if I were to say. Don't. It's all funny now, but it wasn't then anyway. So I jumped out of the car, and while it was rolling off to the other side, I jumped out, and then of course, because I was jumping out of a moving vehicle, I rolled, kind of like a movie, like like I rolled a lot. But I was at the time of the, like I thought like my brain did so much thinking at the time, at that point, like right before it was about to happen. I thought about so many things, right? There were so many things. There was like a I don't care, like, is this it? Mixed in the thoughts. But then one of like the bigger thought that came up to like beat the other little thoughts was thoughts of this one, thoughts of one, right? And I was like, no, I can't, like I'm trying to like put what I'm thinking into words, but it was like I don't want to put through, put the one through this, right? That was the thought, like like right there, right then. I didn't even know I could. I didn't know. I mean, obviously, I didn't know what I would think about, but like, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because I know how I feel, right? So, but it's like, I was in that moment. I was only thinking about I have to, no, I have to be safe here. So right after I jumped out of the car, before anything else, the first thought that came to my mind was to, you know, post about it. And being sorry, I still am sorry, was because I have a responsibility to keep myself safe. And so I am sorry that I didn't do everything to the best of my power to keep myself safe. Right? Sometimes when I'm on the road, and it's like I get to a point, I get to like a, like a highway that is free, and it's like, okay, the speed limits are up and I can go faster, and I start going faster. Sometimes I just remember, wait, no, just slow back down. Like, you have to keep yourself safe. Now, I wasn't, no, this accident, honestly, I absolutely was not in the wrong, right? Absolutely. I was below the speed limit. It was a 60 zone. I was going about 40, 50. And we have, and I'm only finding out now that it's not common, but we have like traffic lights that have timers to the next light. So it has a timer before it turns red, and then has a timer before it turns green. So under the speed limit, I had 15 seconds to left. So I wasn't trying to like make it through. I was just going normally, right? 15 seconds. How do you know? How do you know it's 15 seconds? Because usually, whenever I get to that point, to that particular, the traffic, that light comes out of a bend, right? So usually, when I start approaching that light, I would start slowing down so I could see if, if I have to stop. And then if I have to stop, I would keep slowing down. And if I don't have to stop, then I would lift off of the brake and keep pushing forward and resume, like go back up to speed. So I looked at the traffic. I looked at the light, right? It was I had 15 seconds, like 15 is like well enough time. 15 seconds, well under speed, full right of way, full everything. So like honestly, it's not even like a question of maybe you were in the wrong or maybe you were not in the wrong. I wasn't in the wrong. I was a perfect, perfect driver in that situation, and it 100% was the other guy's fault. There is no like I can't in any way justify where how what the taxi driver was doing in the middle of the road at that point. It was his fault, but it wasn't his fault. Whatever, I don't know, but it was not my fault, right? So like basically, but still, and I wonder like, could I have done something better to not have put myself in that situation? Because again, it's no longer about me, right? I don't know what I could have done, but I know I could have done something. I don't even care if it's not like I'm not trying to make excuses. I just feel like I could have done something. So because I didn't do whatever I didn't do, or that I didn't think of doing whatever I should have done, either way, like whatever, I'm sorry that I put myself in harm's way. So that's not something I'm saying to so that people could pity me. I just genuinely feel sorry. Like I didn't want to. I don't know how else to explain it. Okay. And then like while after everything had like after everything had calmed down and I was at the hospital, then I texted my mom on my watch to tell my little brother to bring my phone over because I realized I deleted the message. I deleted the post because I realized I didn't want you guys to worry about that stuff. I kind of realized like, okay, wait, there's not much communication and absolutely like, you guys might have like important things to do and work and you need to food and all this and I was like, oh shit, why did I post this? Like, so that's why I didn't think that anyone would have seen it in this short time because I think from the accident it was about like the accident happened about like 3 between 3:30 and 3:40 p.m. I know it was between that because I was trying to make it home before 4 p.m. because of course 4 p.m. is 11 a.m. and you get the point, right? I was trying to, so I know the time, and then I got to the hospital around 7. So in the 3 hours of that happening, I didn't think anyone would see them at the post. So sorry for deleting the post for that. But the reason I deleted it was because I didn't want you guys to worry about that stuff. Right? Okay. Okay. And yeah, that day I went out. I actually have a list of because I made a list of what I was going out to do that day. Where the heck is the list? Wait a minute, what the heck? Okay, so damn. Okay, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. Oh no, the list is here. All right, so let's see. I had to go do some document stuff, and then so that was like notarize this, notarize that, notarize this, then go to Minnesota and check for HK stuff. So I went there. That's the Minnesota. That's where I got my nail clippers, 2 of them. So I kind of like, while I was reading the notes. Okay, so like basically what happened, not reading. Okay, so okay. So after reading the notes and I was looking at some photos, the photo of the flower, right? I looked at the. I mean, obviously I would look at everything in the photo, but like I looked at the corner, the left corner, and like the bag. I noticed the keychain, and I noticed like the keychain. I have like the exact type of keychain. I mean, I guess I'll talk about this later on because I did talk about it in my responses. But I have the same type of keychain, like literally the same type. It has like the little tag, it has the thing, and then it has the hook. But mine is like a Transformers. Because one day I was looking, I actually went out to go get a new keychain, and I was looking specifically, and that was the one I ended up with, right? Because I couldn't find. So what happened was because I sort of remembered, like as I was looking at the picture, I was like, oh wait, I should have just gone to the place where I got the HK stuff before to check if they had an HK keychain, right? So then that day I went out to the mall, to the specific mall to check, and then when I got there to check, they literally had only Melody. They had the same keychain, like the one I wanted, but like only for Melody and Cinema Roll, right? And it's like, no, you need to understand, they had like hundreds of them. Hundreds. They had like hundreds. So it's I don't even know. It's either someone came and bought all of the HK ones, or they just chose to not stock up on the HK ones. I'm like, why wouldn't you do that? That's the popular one that you should have, right? So that was the post that I posted today. I was pretty pissed because I don't know where else do I find HK stuff. Anyway, so Melody Cinema is fine, but the issue then was I wanted the particular one, and they didn't have it in the entire store. Yeah, so that's this response. Does it highlight? Yeah, okay, so the response about the accident stuff is that one, and then the Melody Cinema Roll is that one, and then this response is just that my wrist feels a lot better already, thanks to the magic stuff. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, never taking another nap again, ever. I mean, until a certain time, but in the meantime, until, you know, I'm never sleeping in the afternoon, ever. All right. Okay. Okie dokie. So, work time. I'm gonna say, let me see, what do I have to do for work? We're getting a new weapon in here. What the heck? We're getting a new weapon. This was lost. I was gonna make the thing. Can I view? I was gonna make the video on how to get the weapon. I was, but I don't know some. Oh yeah. Oh. Never mind. Yeah, I was gonna make the video on how to make the weapon, but then of course the accident happened and all of that, blah blah blah. So I didn't get the thing. I didn't make the video. Because it was the...
I just added the new Rainbow Machine Pistol to 1v1 with every gun. This pistol has insane accuracy, but it also does a ton of damage, making it one of the best secrets I've added recently. If you want to try, here's how to get it. Go to the code panel and type
I was gonna make a video on it
to be teleported into the Rainbow
but,
Maze. I made this maze pretty tough, but this is the exact path to...
But yeah, anyway. Oof. So the next one is gonna be the blade thing with the escape room. So I'm gonna make the video on that. Yeah, just now I recall it. Actually, I think I'm gonna end the stream so I can make the video, because unfortunately I can't make the video on stream because that would be considered like, I don't know, leaking the method earlier, so I can't do that. But let's push that to like a longer, like towards the end. I would probably do it like towards the end. I'll get off stream and then I'll make the video. I might be tired then though, but it's fine. All right, so apart from that, locking in and working on my map, because it's been a while since I worked on my map, and I actually do need to work on my map so I can finish. Like, one of the best things that can happen to me now is just to make my own map. Because I make my own map, then it's like more it's just better. I mean, obviously not just that. I mean, all of these things are my map that they're going to. But I just have not been working on it as much. So yeah, we are locking in and finishing that up. Not finishing it up, but I'm going to be doing stuff towards that end of getting my map ready. I'm done. Let me close. Oops, let's bring this up here. Oh, and about the Monday stream, we're still waiting on. We're still. Oh, it's still closed. We're still waiting on like. We're still waiting on the ed. I don't even know if this thing is going to edit. Like it's going to edit, but like it's just gonna take a while, and I think it's because the stream is like 5 hours long. Even if it has to go in and just cut off like the little 1 minute section, it's 5 minutes long. So it's just taking. It's really taking ages now to even start, and I'm wondering if it's. I just might re-upload. Like, do we care about this? That's what I'm looking at, by the way. Do we care about this stream? Like, my main issue is I talked about some things there. Mostly 28, right? Mostly 28, and I feel like I talked about some important things. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Even if you guys don't see the 28 stuff, it's still, I still have like, I mean, I'm talking about these things now, but I have already finished reading and actually already finished replying to everything in my own notes. So even if you don't see the stream, I still have my notes with my original replies to everything. So like essentially what I'm doing now is I'm just going through and I'm reading my notes and I'm reading like parts. I can't read all. I can't read all the things in my notes. So parts of them that are safe for the stream, I can read those out. But yeah, the worst case scenario, I've already downloaded the Monday stream, so I might just upload it as a regular video. I would have to obviously go in and manually remove the thing myself, but thankfully the part where that music was playing, I was doing a Duolingo lesson, so it's not like I was saying important stuff anyway. Okay. Today, what am I gonna be doing today? I'll be improving this. All right. Okay. So today. Gotta make it a player spawner. Let's start from that. So player spawner. Thing is, I don't think there's any player spawned API. So instead, oh, okay. I think I see the vision now. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be working, but I'm still gonna be answering stuff, so do not worry about that. I just wanted to get some of the early things. Oh my gosh, I wish I didn't sleep today, bro. All right. I should actually move. It is all precious to me. Every single word. So I took a screenshot. I need to move that into my folder. 1 second. Drugs. Documents. Confidential. Chan. Oop. There we go. All right. So, oh yeah. All Alright, I'm just trying to like internalize what I have to do today. So that I can like make the thing, make the video, make the thing, make the video. Alright. We're gonna start with making the thing. Oh yeah, I didn't write that, but I'm glad you guys got what I meant. I'm glad you guys got what I meant with the thing. I've always thinking about like ways I can be, you know, discreet and stuff, and but I still want to say things, obviously. And yeah. Oh, wait a minute. I could just drop like a big one here. Primitive alphabet gallery. That's what we're looking for. Wait, this one? No? This one? There's like two of them. Basically the same thing. Alright, let's see. We've got this. We've got like two of them. I think it's like a bigger one. I'm gonna bring like the bigger one there. Alright, I'm just gonna bring up a little bit of what's. Oops. Alright, let's see. Set this to 23. Oh, that's too big. 15. That's also too big. I guess we're gonna go with 6. These are my new favorite numbers, by the way. It used to just be 6, but it's this now. Okay. That's not gonna be 15. Alright, let's get back to work. So, alright, I'm gonna close this.
When you're working on a character for game
Video close. Oh wait, oh my goodness, I did not realize this was still playing like my audio. Whew. Sheesh, I should make sure this sounds as good. Bro, what? This just doesn't work sometimes. Oh, I can't even select it. Oh. Alright, so this should be there. Okay, nice. Okay. So, we are working on the player spawner. City finish. OPQRS. OPP. Player spawn. What the heck? Here. Did I not do it? Damn. You know what? Let's do. Yeah, let's just make it a folder. There's spawn points. Oh, hello. FN Create. Whoa, the one and only. FN Create is in the chat. I have the whole of Creative backing me right now. How are you, couple? I'm all right. I'm locking in. So how are you viewing in? It still says zero view. Oh my days! I actually cannot trust this view account thing. Oh, okay. Now it shows up. Nice. Um, damn. Just want to clean up a little bit. It's important. Oh wow. Are you in the? Yikes. I mean, if you're using SceneGraph, then I mean, I don't know exactly what you were doing or trying to do specifically. So I can't speak to if you um I can't speak to if you need a data manager. Because most times a lot of people think, oh, I need a data manager, when some of the things they're trying to chuck into a data manager can and should actually be handled by, you know, the thing that needs it. So the thing shouldn't be set up to ask for the data. It should just have the data in itself. And some things benefit from, being in a, I don't know, it's just different ways to code. You could have it so that, like, good lord, I'm opening Blender. You could have it so that, like, you have one unified pool, which is what I did for my Squid Game map. So you have like one unified pool with all the little data blocks, and then every device that needs data would request the data from the pool. So it would ask for the pool and request the data as needed and change the data in the pool and whatever. Or you could have it so that there are just the devices themselves, which is, ideally what SceneGraph is trying to do, encapsulate the things needed by things in the thing itself. So you could have it like this, and then if this thing does, this has all the data it needs in itself, and if for some reason some other object needs this information, this object is able to just directly contact this thing and request the information. So technically speaking, this is sort of like the approach I'm more heavily leaning towards than, which is ideally what you should do with SceneGraph. Let's see. Okay, I have tons of decals. So I'm gonna make one device that stores all the textures, their IDs, rarities, and if it's unlockable by crates. Yes. Okay. So, but the thing is, like, what is using the decal though? Right? Like, are there multiple things using the decals? Like, are there multiple things that pull? Like, I don't mean pull. I mean like pull. Are there multiple things that pull the decals for their use? Or if it's just one thing that is using the decal, then oh, okay, I see. So the shop, crate, and daily reward system. Okay then. Okay, that makes sense then in that situation. So I would say your options are to either have, like you said, a data manager. Let's just clean up a little bit. Either have your data manager with all the textures and stuff, and then have the shop, and the what else? The crate. And the daily reward system. I mean, this is kind of what I'm talking about here. So you could either have these things, um, you know, ask for the information of what to display, textures, this, that. That way you only have to write this once and sort of manage all this in here. Now you don't have to like write, okay, all these textures for this, all these textures for that. You could either do this, and then these would be three separate things, right? That ask for the information as needed, or you could you have to go. That would be classic and within expectation. So you could either have these three things as, you know, separate stuff and then pull there, or you could just have one thing. You could write your architecture so you have like one thing that handles the daily rewards, the blah blah blah, and the other one and the crates. And then at the base of that thing, it has like one big storage of the textures that you need, right? So it's kind of like it depends on how you want to arrange your stuff. So if you did this, then this wouldn't necessarily be a data manager. It would just be a property for all these shared objects, right? And as for if you should do scene graph or blueprints, it kind of depends. Like your crates. I mean, I would always suggest scene graph for everything, to be honest, because I don't know. How do I put this? There is nothing you would want to do right now that I can think of in which blueprints would be the better option, right? In terms of how it would be done. The only thing blueprints offers over scene graph is just functionality. The fact that scene graph doesn't have full functionality of blueprints, like I'm gonna say BPI. I don't know. You're talking about like wait, hold up. Actually, let's think about this for a second. You just said BP. Do you mean like prop BP, or do you mean like widget BP? Because you know those are different. So I'm trying to think of like the crates. I don't know. Again, I don't know what exactly you're trying to make. Prop BP. Okay, so prop BP. In that case, you're trying to make physical crates. I absolutely would go with scene graph. there is no. Yeah, if it's physical crates, yeah, what I said still stands. There's nothing you can do that scene graph isn't better than. Like a scene graph workflow is a rivals crate. Let me see. There's nothing you can do that scene graph wouldn't be the better option. And even like it's even doubly so when you're talking about like physical crates and chests and stuff like that. Yeah, because think about it this way: if you have a prop BP, my map by the end of this week. No, I'm not. I haven't even. I wouldn't say I'm on track to finish my map by the end of the thing is the map I'm making, right? I was gonna okay when I said I was gonna do the challenge thing, I was gonna do like a I was gonna do a different map. So I was gonna do a map that's like B fish, but it was like B black hole. but then, you know, the whole accident thing and stuff, so I couldn't do that. Yeah, like B black hole. And the thing about B black hole, if I really want to do it, as you can see, I already have like technically I have it done. Right, okay, hold up. Actually, I think the best thing to show this would be literally to show it. Because in my situation, in my case, I would just have to be doing like UI stuff. 1 second. Wait a minute. Okay, let me just shut this here. I'm gonna check this out later. Abandon this. Then go back. Media. It was definitely before that. So this. All right. Damn. 1 second. All right, so I already got like the mechanics down for I did this for I did this purely for the tweet. So the bigger you get, then you like, you know, the radius increases and stuff, and you start sucking stuff, and then I put like a threshold so I could win. Anyway, I did this for the tweet. So I already have like this done, right? It would literally just be me putting, you know, just making it into a game, so to speak. Making it into a proper game and not just a demo. But honestly, like right now, I sort of changed my mind. I sort of changed my mind. Oh, yeah, yeah, of course. Huh. I've got Premium Plus. I was on Premium before because I had like the tick. Does this do something or does it do nothing? It doesn't do anything. Oh, you have to click on this one. Anyway, so that's what I was gonna do when I said I was gonna do a map in a week. I was gonna make that be black hole to be like a thing, but now I've kind of decided not to. And right now I'm actually, you could say I'm getting locked in. So I'm going back to the other map I was gonna make, which is the 1v1 map that has nothing in it. Like the 1v1 map, like fully scene graph 1v1 map is what I'm going to make. So right before you joined, I was on this. I'm about to make my own player spawner device that with scene graph. So that's kind of what I was going to do before I started answering your questions. And speaking of your questions, we are going to do rivals. Great. So let's see what that is like. Rivals. Wait, no. Oh, just rivals. But basically, like, especially. 1 second, stuff is actually too loud. Oh, this is me. Man, the settings is too high. I think he's my teammate. Oops. So like, if you can little... Oh, okay, I kind of figured out a little bit too late. How do I change my... This is like... This is a wiggle. Like, I'm wiggling a little bit and it's doing this. I'm guessing these are noobs. Yeah, they're definitely bots. Oops. Oh, wow. You cannot... Can you do anything? How do I go back? And how do I, like, go to a crate place? You know what, let's figure it out. Wow, the UI is kind of clean, not gonna lie. Okay, buddy. Leave. You know, like my thing. The cursor thing I made. No, no. The cursor thing I made, with the thing, it actually lets you. Wait, I think that's gonna be like my first post. If it's not my first post already. I'm just gonna put, I don't wanna like do a whole thing. Profile, post. Oh yeah, this thing. I'm kind of like zoom into it. But this part of it here, the one that you can move around, I think I showed it. It actually, like, obviously you can click on people with it. Wait, I'm gonna do that at some point, right about there. So you can click on people. Obviously, you could also click on yourself. I don't know if it's going to be worth. So you could do something like this, like that, to click on yourself. I don't know if it's going to be worth making a Roblox thing, because I can make it so that you can, like, okay, look at the Roblox system, right? You right click and you can look around. So you right click and you have like control over your camera. I could do that. And then when you don't right click, you can like move your thing. Like when you stop right clicking, you can move your cursor around, which I already have done. Right? So I could totally, and then of course you can zoom out and zoom in. I could also do this too. Yikes. Oh yeah, dang it. I mean, how would on controller you would aim. When you aim, you would control your camera, and then when you stop aiming, you would just when you stop aiming, using your joystick would control the cursor, because the thing I made works on controller as well. But I don't know how worth it would be to recreate like this whole Roblox system, because honestly, the cursor is the only issue with the cursor thing that I made is the fact that it's kind of laggy. Like you can't see it on the video, but it's laggy. If we got predicts, it would fix that, because I could have the prediction, just have the thing run on this on the client. I don't know. I'm just thinking, because I don't know if I should do that. If it would be worth it. Like if I put that up for sale, and I don't know if people would. I know someone would buy, but like for the amount of work I would have to do. No, no, trust. Predicts in 9 months max. You heard it here. Predicts 9 months max. All right. So wait, where do I do like the crates? Oh, wait, how can I get keys? Oh wait, don't worry about it. I can get keys. All right. So where do I get? Is that Nope. Oh wait, do I like click on the? Oh yeah. Oh, I know. This is how you get keys. Shop. 1 second. Oh man, Compa, you cooked. Okay, okay, I see it now. Goddamn. I don't have shop. Oh wait, do I play like a little bit to get shop? I'm just see. No, 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 trust out. What do you mean? Like, do you know who I am? Bro said, oh, that is nice. That is nice. Like, I could do that. Like, fill up and then knock off. No, 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 no. There's no wasting time. I'm locked in still. I'm locked in because I'm. Yeah, see? They're noobs. Alright. Wait. At some point, we will get the shop. Is he shooting you? I'm your teammate, man. You know. I don't like that they are still red even like when you are looking, because now it's like, are they in front of something or are they behind something? That's just bad design, in my opinion. You can do this now. Isn't that cool? You know what? Should I do this on stream for fun? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Is he moving? If I, after winning this. Like, oh, so it's a health bar. Oh, everyone's one shot, so you don't need a health bar. Right. Is that good? Hmm. Wait, did you not do it because... Well, why didn't you do it? It's pretty... Wait, why didn't you do it then? Alright, let's take a good look. So it's just that and then a bar below. And the bar is not even... Okay, so it's that and then the background has a gradient going up. You know what, let's kind of do this. Let me see. Da-da-da, and then it's like a thing, and then it's... okay. I mean, are you doing yours sniper only because you couldn't do the thing, or are you like, is it by choice? Like, did you choose, oh, I want it to be sniper only, or did you say, okay, if I didn't make it sniper only, I would have to do a bunch of harder stuff, so let me just make it sniper only. Because I think if you did like full on like weapon, especially with ballistics weapon, you could capitalize on the fact that, you know, ballistics is gone and people want to play that. Oh, I mean, okay. I see. Alright, well, I've completed stuff. What the heck is the flipping crate? But then someone also beat you to sneaky snipers though. Like I've seen some pretty nice sneaky snipers. Market. Is this it? Agency shop. Go shooting arena. Okay. Duels. Shooting range. This one? Oh, is this it? Oh, I need to complete the... Okay. Then crouch. Run plus crouch to slide. Oh, I guess that's not crouch. Oh, 3 times. Okay. And then I can leave now, I guess. Oh, I could do this. Like I love the fact that you could just get the player icon. Like you could do a lot. Like it puts us to parity with many other game UGC stuff just by having the ability to get the player's icon. Alright, so weapons. Contract level up, assault rifle. Wow. Okay, that is crazy. Okay. Well, I mean, there's nothing I could do then. I guess it probably needs me to play more, but I'm not gonna do that. So before I work on my player spawner, I want to do the thing. So no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't actually play Roblox that much. Let's do m_player card. That's what you call it. Player card _ Roblox. All right, this would be fun. Texture. Yeah, I would definitely do that with. Yep, I'd definitely do that with SingGraph, especially considering that you probably want to have. Yeah, if you think about it, doing it with SingGraph is definitely the way. Like, there's no, I don't even know. There's no, I can't imagine a situation where I would like say you should do that with props. Actually, speaking of which, I think I did. I'm looking at the cardboard box, and I'm pretty sure I did something cardboard boxy. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so I made this thing a while ago. Like Supreme was doing something. He was trying to make like a thing from a supermarket simulator, and I made this cardboard box. And honestly, I think it should just work if I just ignore the textures, but it should just work if I just do that and launch session. Again, which is like the beauty about SingGraph, you just drag and drop, right? And it just works. So no, you see, that's why I put this out so I could show you. You don't need to do the thing like the VATs or skeleton mesh support, because especially for crates, which are like rigid objects, like you only really start looking at. I would only really start looking at, okay, I need to do a VAT if the thing I'm trying to get animated is an organic structure or like an organic body which has like deformations, like organic deformation stuff. But if it's hard surface, like a crate, a chest, you could just get away with doing like, animating it with keyframes. So here I even have like some really nice, like for example, if I click on this and I have it start upside down, I have like some really nice animations that you can get by just purely using the keyframe movement component. So I have animations on the lid, and then I have an animation on the box itself. So it's going to like animate from wherever it is to like a hand position, and then the lid will open as well. If this is going to load up. but I can't remember if I have it set up with okay, there's an interaction component. Okay, so I can pick it up and I believe I can drop it. I have to look at that actually. Cardboard box. I don't even think oh my days. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work now I'm looking at it because it should have a cardboard box components, which it didn't have. Okay. So something happened, and something happened, and it missed. Like, the thing is, SceneGraph, like, you don't want to build your code. If you build, or if you move the, like, if you make the component, because usually what I do is, yeah, wait, a decal. If you can put the thing on a mesh, then it will work just fine. Wait, a decal texture parameter, is that a thing? Or am I tripping? That's not a thing. Wait, do you mean like the texture? What the heck? I don't know what that was. Do you mean like the texture? Wait, let me just put white on this. Oh, the thing is decals. Like a decal actor is an actor. So we don't have a decal component yet. Like if you're talking about like this is actor. Like we don't have a component version of this thing that you can use to do a projection on surfaces. We just don't have that. But good luck. You're in luck because why is it all white? Oh, there we go. Because we are getting. Oh, schmuck, did they remove it? Good lord. I swear there was a decal component somewhere in the thing. Oh no. Wait, this is okay, shipped, so I mean that's definitely not shipped, so persistence, blah. New VM, bro. Woo-hoo. Coming when? Confidence high in Q2? Okay. Predicts, by the way. I say you should trust. Predicts can predict. Anyway, I haven't looked at this in quite a while. Oh, camera component would be big. Oh, 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 uh-huh. Okay. Where is it though? What's the post process that I saw? No, I'm pretty sure I saw a flipping decal component coming up somewhere. Damn. Well, that's a, oh wait, no, wait, no, hold up. I just realized, yeah, you know, I think you're good because Niagara, we have the particle system component, and apart from like using the actor, you are able to use, let's pick something with Niagara in it. Game results. You are able to use a decal renderer. Yeah. All right, nice. Woof. It's been so long since I've like done, you know, work. I feel like I'm getting stupid. But yeah, you're able to use the decal renderer, so that works. So you can do that. Oh yeah, what I was talking about is something you should keep in mind, because what I do usually is like basically I start creating stuff, right? For example, let's say let me just do this in something I'm doing something in. Something you should keep in mind. Prefab. f underscore player spawner. Player spawn points. All right, so you create whenever you create a thing, like right now this prefab is in this folder, but if you go into it and you create a new verse component, player underscore spawn points component, you create a custom component, it actually puts the custom component in your root file, right? So this is what happened to me with the cardboard box. I'm just trying to explain what would happen in case if you do stuff and then you don't see your components. So something to keep in mind. Like this is all fine and good, right? But then what I usually do is I move the, as you can see, I have like all my verse for the things in their folder. So I come in here and then I move this into ABCD P blind. Wait, player spawn point PLAPIJKL player. So I move it into the folder. But then what happens is if you do this, and you save, well, holy moly, what is the problem now? Okay, I guess not anymore. Or maybe I will. Oh, there it is. Yeah, you do it and you save, and it just nukes the component from your stuff. So sometimes I usually forget to initially move the thing before I start doing the setup, and then after I move the thing, and then I just open my project like some other time, and its stuff is just not working. So that's what happened to the cardboard box. I moved the component into I moved the component after the fact, after the setup. I just moved it in here, and then it kind of removed it from the prefab. So just keep that in mind, that if you move the verse class, it's going to just remove it from every prefab that you have. All right, so lid L and lid R. And I'm starting to wonder if this thing should even be on the flipping unsimulated entity. So it should be on the entity with the mesh, not the cardboard box. Okay. So it should be on this one. There we go. Save. Close. Oh. Oopsie doopsie. 1 second. I just can't read today. I didn't set the lid L and lid right. No, I mean, this is like a little thing, but I'm just, gonna mention in case if you're ever working on stuff. Right now, what happens here is I have in my cardboard box component, I have the entity, the lid, because I'm gonna animate these. And I have it as an editable here. And because it's just entity, this is going to request like an entity, not a subtype. So basically it allows you to select stuff in your prefab to add to this point. And when you put it like this, you're going to see it. Now the issue, something I didn't notice and it kind of like drove me crazy for like 30 minutes, was that if I were to add an entity here, right? And I'm like, this is, I don't know, packing tape, and you did this, and you went into your stuff and you wanted to add it into your stuff, you wouldn't see, brother. Okay, well, never mind. Never mind. I guess they fixed it. But initially, when I made this, not this thing, but another thing, when I made the clock, so it was like really far back. I ran into this when I made the clock, because the clock has like, it has, you know, the hands and all that set up. You couldn't, if you had a space in the name of the thing you did, it wouldn't show up in the list because of the space. So that's why I had to put like underscore. But I guess not. Anyway, it's fine. All right, so that is the cardboard box. All of this is just to show you the floating cardboard box thing. Okay. On to this, that. All right. Player spawn point. Lag spike components. Holy moly. Wait, so like NMs? Damn, bro went from Panville to Epic. While that is cooking up, I'm going to work on... Oh, okay. Alrighty dokie. White. Default base color white. And then, actually, this should not even, should be like emissive color. I think about it, and then it should be on lit. Then we should get, for the gradient, we could do oh, that was quick. I just love working in simple, empty projects where pushing changes, doing stuff doesn't take time. All right, let me start the game. I don't know, there seems to be some issue with like editables? No, editable, like interactable components. I don't know if I removed them from that one, but they seem to be bugged in if you don't like start the game. Yeah, like that kind of pisses me off, but I don't really use interactables anymore, so that's okay. All right, pick up. Damn. Okay, so I'm going to warm up the animation thread. I don't even know. A little bit so that you can act, so the animation isn't so stupid like that. Let me just just make some things animate a little bit. Right. Animate a little bit. Animate a little bit. Okay. And now this should be like smooth, hopefully. Let me pick it up from like very far. Why did it do that? That's not what I had set up. I mean, that's an animation, but like... no keyframe, stutter fix, blah blah blah, negative blah 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 blah. Best choice would be some sweep hits to allow stacking. My box is this and this is that. Stutter fix, stagger the lid, closing a bit, visual appeal. Oh, I see. At some point I kind of did like some stupid animation keyframes. Let's just do something simpler than what I used. I wanted to like have some extra animation without actually animating the extras. So I'll just use Fluent Exit. By the way, Fluent Exit I believe is Windows. So Fluent Exit is this. Let's see. If I open something, the the curve that this is going to use to like move to the left, that is fluent exit. So no. Okay, wait, let's close. Yeah, that curve right there, that's fluent exit, and it's the same thing I'm using actually for these. If you see, I believe it's the same, right? Wait, is it the same? I could just check. What's that? Sliding tiles, sliding puzzle component, sliding tile component. Okay, 0. Oops. 0. Bum, bum, bum. Start, spawn, make, scramble, perform slide. Step, fire, walk, position, using function. Yep. So it's fluent exit that I'm using for the sliding tile puzzle. So that should be good. I'm just going to replace all the things here with fluent exit, fluent exit, fluent exit. So lid close, lid open, and pick up. I mean, I've seen like, because when I was doing this, it was when Supreme was doing the thing, and you should be able to drop it too, but like for the dropping, I think I'm pretty sure I had that set to use a pickup. I have that set to use a like a oh yeah, Dropbox. I had that set to use like a flipping input trigger device, but I removed all of those once we got verse input. So yeah, this isn't being called. What do you mean it feels predatory? Come on, man. I mean, as long as you don't make the things from the crates like impossible to get without paying, then it's fine. Like, but it's not like it's fine. Okay. So, I mean, this kind of gets. It depends. It depends, right? Is it total like okay? If you can get the things from the crate just fine without like having to use the crate, then there's no problem whatsoever, in my opinion. If you can get the things from the crate, but even if you don't get the things from the crate, okay, if you cannot get the things from the crate without using the crate, but the things you get from the crate don't really give you an advantage, then that's also fine, right? And then if you need to pay to get the things in the crate, and the things you get from the crates can absolutely demolish everybody else, so it's like pay to win, then technically that's fine. That's like your game model, but you have to consider like where you're setting up shop. You're setting up shop in Fortnite, which is not a pay to win game, and you're making a pay to win game in there. It's kind of like you don't. It's all about like being aware of your sort of like the environment, like reading the room. You wouldn't go and open up a beef shop in a place where most of like 70+% of the people don't eat beef. Like that's just gonna be insensitive and well, straight up stupid. So you just have to think about what's in the crate and how you get the things in the crate. Some people would rather just pay to make things easier for themselves, like just as I did getting the keys. I'd rather just pay, get the key, check the crate thing, than to, grind out the game to get the keys or whatever. Okay, that's also valid too. That's also valid. That's also valid. But this right here is just me showing. Oh wait, let me just warm up the animations a little bit. Now this isn't like a singular specific thing. I mean, to begin with, the map has to get played first, right? map has to get blurred. I'm not saying map won't get blurred. I'm just saying, like, I think you're worrying about the wrong thing at the wrong time. If that makes any sense. I think you are worrying about the wrong thing at the wrong time. Did I just get lost in this? All right. Oh yeah, the box. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Good lord. All right. So, okay, that fluent exit was not the best, but you get the idea. The thing is, the box. Oh man, like the lids open. The lids, like they do an animation, but then the flipping box was under the thing. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I'm just gonna do like this. Okay. Then that should be okay. All right. So. Well, I mean, you basically with the right, like the main problem here is literally just the flipping thingy that I used. If I just do linear, that should be fine. Because I have it like it's a cool, it does a little flip, and then the box, the lids open one by one. But you get the gist. You can totally, absolutely do this with scene graph. And heck, yeah, someone was mentioning what I was going to say before I got sidetracked by the puzzle, that you could even do it in like Niagara, if that's your thing. Honestly, it would end up looking ideally the same, like in my opinion. But like with Niagara, you have like all these other things, like, you know, like a spring arm, and you could do, you know, you could make it have more dynamic effects and stuff. I should have warmed up the stupid animation thread thing. But yeah. Now think about this. Like, I didn't even mention, like, I could just wait. You could duplicate the boxes and all that stuff, and it'll just work. If you were to do that with a prop, with a BP, then just think about the setup for that, right? And then you would make the right decision on which to use. Okay, the thread animation is not animating. Okay, let me pick it up again. I think it should be good. Come on, buddy. Why is it on the floor? Anyway, yeah, great. And of course you could do more stuff from there. Let's see, it's pretty nice. If that's sort of like what you were going for. When you press crouch, you actually teleports to like the down position, and then the player character has like the controller gets set up to just smoothly, you know, lerp into that position. Anyway, have a nice shower, and thanks for stopping by. I hope this was insightful, and you make the right choice. Syngraph. Yeah, Syngraph is also the right choice. I'm just gonna solve this because it's been a while since I've done a little solving. I don't even remember. Oh, that's. Wait a minute. Don't even recall what should be. But let's put this here, and that goes there. And this goes like this. Boop, boop, boop. Back. This goes around. This needs to go here. So I'm gonna do down, up, then oh, that's fine. Then oh, gotta get this out of here for sure. That needs to switch. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes, yes, yes. There we go. All right. Oh, I could have just picked it up from this and seen it happening slow motion. And now I can't get rid of it. Right, I can. I should be able to just delete that. Yep. There we go. Right. Let's go back to what we were doing, which was the player spawn points. Player spawner. I'm making my own player spawner. So let's try to make this like super robust. Instead of having, because it's like basically the spawn, like the device is just a marker for where the player should spawn, right? And the issue with the device is that you have to place as many of them as you need player spawners. So if your game is, yeah, you need to place as many of them as you need. And each one of them comes with a memory cost. So let's first of all crush that with my version, which won't. I guess I should make this player spawn points component. Because it'll just be one thing, I guess you could have, and and it will just handle all the spawn points. So variable. We'll call this spawn points, spawn locations. Spawn locations will be public. It'll be of type vector3, and that will be vector3. Not that really, actually. Be an array of vector3s. So, yep. Let's see if we can incorporate some of the settings they have here. So we have, I mean, they obviously have a lot more stuff, and mine isn't going to be. I can make it to be pretty detailed, but I don't need it to be detailed like this. I don't need it to be detailed like this. I just need a few things. So let's do. Let's just handle the spawn player. Spawn player. With equals. So what I'm thinking is this. Now the main issue here is we don't know how to detect when a player spawns, right? I mean, like purely through verse, like you can put like a team settings and inventory device which has like spawn, like a spawned event, but we don't have a spawned event. And if you don't have a player spawner in your game, then you are going to spawn in the sky. Right, so this is what we want to do. we want to capture them when they spawn in the sky and then teleport them to, you know, one of the spawn points, basically. So, that's what we're gonna do. We're going to, but then we don't know when they spawn. That's the problem. So I'm thinking I'll solve this two ways. First of all, when they join, I'll capture them from there. Because that's the only thing we can listen for. And then secondly is when they die. Because if they die, then they're going to spawn, right? So whenever a player dies, then I'm going to listen for when the player spawns. That's kind of like my plan. So on player eliminated. There should be suspense, then loop, sleep. Player will be player of type player. All right, now on player eliminated, we could just okay. So we also need a way to listen for when they're eliminated. So that would be actually that's it. So for player in all players. Where all players is it underscore? All players? Oops. Sheesh. So, right, Control K, 0. We have all players transacts. So why is it not picking that up? Okay, well I don't know, but let's just manually add that there using my utilities. Yep, there we go. All right, so for player and all players, we want to get for character. That's what you're checking. For character is player dot get fort character. And get fort character, gets the fort character, and then we are going to listen for the eliminated event. Yep, going to listen for the eliminated event. There's no spawn events, which is just sad. Yeah, we're gonna listen for the eliminated event. So podcast eliminated events subscribe. Oh, it gets like elimination results on player eliminated. So we're just gonna put that there. Call this results. What's that? Subscribe on player eliminated. Okay. Now I'm thinking about it. I can make it so that my player spawner has like a now I think about it actually. I can make it so my player spawner has like a quick respawn built in. So instead of just capturing the players when they spawn in the sky, I'll make it so that whenever they spawn, whenever they die, it would make them spawn faster at where I want them to spawn. That's actually a lot smarter now I think about it. Okay, so on player eliminated, I'm going to spawn player. So first of all, we will get the player, which is going to be eliminated character. No. Eliminated character. Let me get this one. Player equals eliminated character. Results dot eliminated character. If player equals result dot eliminated character, which is the fourth character, dot get agent, and then cast all of this to player, then spawn player, spawn. I think it'll be cooler to write it this way. So I'm going to do spawn. So this will be player, type player dot spawn. So I'll do player dot spawn. Alright. So this would, when they die, it'll do this thing. Alright, so this would be suspends, and it would first of all just sleep 0.2 seconds, and then actually spawn that's spawn. Alright, so if this is that, then we want to do player dot respawn. Is that it? Wait a minute, actually, it's been a while since I've seen what this is, so let's go to Fort Player Utilities, where it is. Yep, okay, agent or respawn, and it takes in a position and a rotation. Alright, yeah, player or respawn, spawn location, and then we would just do spawn rotation. I feel like I should, okay, you know, let's make the spawn locations. Let's make it spawn points. And then it would just be transform. So spawn point, and then this will be spawn location will be this dot location, translation, and then spawn. So rotation like that, and then rotation. This way you can actually set where you want. Now I think about it, why did I not even think about that? It would be stupid if you can't set where you want the players to be facing when they spawn. Alright, let's do copy this up, and then we'll make this points, and then we'll do point dot translation, and then points dot rotation, and then this will be rotation and location. It expects agent. Oh wow, it specifically expects an agent, which I'm kind of confused. Because a player should satisfy that requirement. Am I tripping here? Agent, vector 3, rotation, but is da. Alright, that's not a problem. I will just make this agent. Oh, okay. I kind of see where the actual problem is. This expects Unreal Engine spatial math. Those. All right, so let's just undo because that wasn't the actual problem. We're gonna do this to XYZ. And we're gonna do that to XYZ as well. And to XYZ, these are just got added here. What in the fuck? That's not the one I should use. Hold up. Utilities, not conversions. That's what it should use. Alright, so XYZ is just some functions I have here which just help, you know, basically run the form from transform and from vector 3 and from rotation in order to convert from. So if I do transform dot to XYZ or transform dot to LUF, it would convert to the needed one. So that's what this is. All right, so player, and then respawn. All right, now I'm thinking, instead of just getting a random spawn location, I feel like it should go sequentially, honestly, because otherwise you might have the potential chance that two people will sort of spawn in the same location. So, I'm gonna do a system that just gets like cycles through the spawn points. Now I could either do like an index system. I think that would actually be the best way to go about this. Right, so it's like oh wow, did it just read my mind? Like what the heck? What? Okay, well I could do an index system and bam, okay, and do that. It should be set. This is where the AI kind of stupid. So set this. Okay, man, it is definitely stupid. That's not what I was gonna do. We are going to set this to. It's gonna start at 0. Actually, it's gonna start at -1. Right. So we are going to set it to. Let's see. We're going to set it to. Like the logic here is we want to set it to a value that loops between the current value, like 0, and the max. Right? So a value, I mean, you could write, okay, let's kind of go and look at a little side quest here. You could write like a split value. You could write like if its index, that's too long. Where are we? Boop, boop, boop. So you could say if, because you want to constrain it to the number here. So if this plus 1 Oh. Okay, well, yeah, well, this, if this plus 1 is greater than this, greater than or equals to this, then you would start from 0, else you would just, go 1. So you could do, basically, this dot length, let's say there's 5 in here. 5 spawn points that I've created. This will give you that number. It will give you 5. So we check if this, but then obviously to actually access the elements in there, because they're 0 indexed, you don't need it to be 5. You need it to be like 0 to 4. So if the current index plus 1 is going to be equal to or greater than the current stuff, then set it back to 0, else actually add up the value. And this will be fine, because let's say it's at 4, which is going to be, if there are 5, then it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, which is, 5, because it starts at 0. So if it's at 4, it's actually the last one, in which case you want it to go back to 0. So if it's at 4, we're going to check 4 plus 1, which is 5, and then if it's going to be equal to this. So then if that's the case, we will set it back to 0. But if, like, let's say it's 2, so 2 plus 1 is going to be 3, which is not equal or greater than 5, then it's just going to add the number. So we're going to set it to 3. So you could do this whole setup here. And you could just, like, you could call, like right now, if I did loop value here, it's not compute, so I'd have to like add everything else. Why did I do that just now? Anyway, if I call loop value here, it's actually going to just increment this thing. Like, this is fine. This would do the thing that we wanted to do. So it would cycle through, because it would change, it will set it to the next one every time. I'm just saying this is one way to do it, but we can do it with math, right? We could do this with math, because essentially we want to keep it constrained to a set that goes from 0 to something else. And the perfect example, the perfect operation, math operation, is I want to actually see if this is the name for it, because I usually just call it modular division. Either way, we get the remainder. So as I know it as modulo division. Yeah. So that's what we're gonna do, because the remainder would always be between 0, which denotes that you did a whole number division, like you went and perfectly divided an equal amount of times, or what was remaining but not up to the thing you're trying to divide into. So that's the easiest way to like loop. Sorry, I went a bit far. That's the easiest way to loop between a range of values that go from 0 to something. And if you want to loop between values, a range of values that go from not 0, then there's another way to, you would use the modular, but you would do it differently. So we are just going to set the current index equals mod that failure. Okay, so here's the problem. This isn't a problem. What this would do basically is, if the current index is 5, then it would do modulo 5 by, let's say the spawn point is 5, and then current index is 4, then it would do 4 plus 1, 5, modulo 5 by 5, and that will leave us 0, because 5 divides into 5. equally without any remainders. Right, so I could just do this here. Alright, so modulo 5. Bro, I don't want no cookies, man. Huh. You don't say. I feel like I didn't confirm. Oh my god, they just tricked me there. It's whatever. So 5 modulo 5 is 0. So when the this is going to be the length of the thing. Let's say I have only 5 spawn points. At first it's going to start with 0, which is going to give me 0 still. It's going to start with 0 because it's going to be like it kind of starts out like by default. Before everything has happened, it starts out at -1. And then the very first time this runs, it's going to add 1 to -1, which is going to bring it up to 0. So that's why I said it starts at 0. And that's going to give me 0. Then the next time it's going to do 0 plus 1. It's going to give me 1. And then the next time it's going to do 1 plus 1, which is going to give me 2. Then 2 plus 1, 3. 3 plus 1, give me 4. And then 4 plus 1 would give me 5, which would then reset to 0. So basically, every time this is going to run, it's just going to stay between 0 and the total number of spawn points I have. Alright, so this is all, like, the logic here. Like, this one line here is all of this, right? Let's write this like another slightly longer. So this one line is handling, you either write all of this or you write just this one math. This one math is great, right? Because, you know, this versus this. Now, the red line is just because of how verse works, where you cannot yet do something that fails in the right hand of a set function. So we're going to fix that by simply making this line to not, you know, potentially fail, by having something that will happen. If it fails, it would do something else instead. So like there's no failure, basically. One of them is going to be that, I guess. Oops. You could do that. But then this would crash the game if it fails, which we don't want. We don't want it to crash the game if it fails. So we can give it an actual value. So basically, if this thing ever fails for whatever reason, I know it won't fail. But if it fails, then it's going to fall back to 0. But I don't want to do it this way. I mean, this is the easiest way. If it fails, just set it to 0. Call it a day. You could do this, but let's just get a little bit creative and get random ints between that. So if it fails, it would just give us a random one instead. That's what we are doing here. All right, and with this line here, I have set it to loop through all the spawn points. So if I set spawn points, you know, like 1, 2, 3, the first time you spawn, you would spawn there. Second time you spawn, you would spawn there. And the third time you spawn, you would spawn there. And the fourth time you spawn, you will spawn in the first place. All right. Get rid of this. So yep. Okay. So is this gonna work? Is it going to work? I kind of want to do something. So right now, if you don't set a spawn point, like if you don't add a single thing to this array here, let me make it clear that it's an array. If you don't add a single thing to this array here, this is going to be 0 because it doesn't have anything, right? And because it doesn't have anything, this is also going to be 0. And if you do modulo 0 by modulo 0, you get this because you can't divide by 0. It's undefined. So then it's going to definitely, like, see, like this is one of the situations where this would fail, right? So in that situation, it's going to try to get a random int between 0 and 0 minus 1, which is going to be 0 and -1. And get random int will either give you 0 or -1, right? But then the thing is, you're either going to have 0 or you're going to have -1. And here's where that's going to be a problem. You're going to try to get something at either position 0 or position -1, but this is completely empty. So this line is going to fail because there's nothing there to get. And then because this line fails, everything would fail and you just won't respawn. So basically, if you don't put a spawn point, at least one, it wouldn't do anything basically, which is expected, right? You would spawn in the sky and you would stay in the sky. That's the whole idea here. So now I'm thinking to myself, I can make it so you spawn in the sky and stay in the sky, or I can make it so if you don't put anything here, then it would just automatically spawn you at the, like, you know, at the center of the world. Like it'll just spawn you at 0, 0, which is right there. That is 0, 0. Which actually is not that hard to do now I think about it. I just write else player respawn at vector 3 and rotation, like a small r rotation and the thing at back. Oh my, wait, what am I? Verse.org with spatial math. Yeah, this is spatial. Oh, same thing, same problem. It actually doesn't use that one, it uses this one. All right. So actually, yeah, this solves the problem. So if you don't have a single spawn point, then it will just spawn you at the origin instead of the sky, because I feel like that's a lot better. Most of the time, you really don't want to spawn in the sky. You just want to spawn like close to the ground. And this happens when you are eliminated. So this spawner will work when you are eliminated. It wouldn't work when the game starts. Only when you're eliminated. So let's handle the other situations. Situation number 1 is when you join the game. Right? So now that we are here, go all players, which is get players in play space, 4 players, 4 play space. Let's do for when the player spawns. When you join the game. Which means play space. Play space. If play space dot player added event let's put this down here. So this will handle whenever for all the players. This will handle. Okay. Let's do on player joined, on player added, right? We want to do a bunch of things. We want to subscribe to the listener. And we want to do this. Okay. So, what this is doing is basically for the people who are already in the game, when this stuff starts, running, we want to, because they're already in the game, we kind of just now want to start listening for when they die. But when someone joins, first thing we want to do is spawn the person, and then we also want to listen for when this person dies. So our player added is this is going to run when someone joins, and we make this run by doing player this dot subscribe. What the heck? Subscribe on player added. This is an event, but it can't run because it's in a thing. So like it can't run because it has no rollback. So you can't run it in an if statement. So we need to extract the play space. I'm just gonna call if game is this. So island. If island is this, then we do island.player add event. This way, if we fail to get the island, then it wouldn't try to check for a player added event because we didn't even get the island in the first place. All right. So ideally, this should, now I think about it, this should kind of like be everything, really. Because we're handling player added, we spawn them, and then we start listening. And if you're already in there, well, we just start listening for you. The only thing I'm worried about is the player added. Because this is fine and all great, but the thing is when this function runs, like when this thing fires, most of the time the player isn't even like the player has joined the game, but he hasn't yet spawned. So I feel like what we should do is wait for the player to spawn in this case. Like wait for the player to be ready, if that makes sense. I don't know, I'm just gonna leave it like this for now. Later on I might test to see if that's the case, because like if you're trying to do things with the player, like if you're trying to teleport the player, then you ideally have to wait for the player to spawn. But since I'm not teleporting the player, but I'm actually respawning the player, I think it might be faster to just, I think it might be okay to just leave it as is. All right, let's do a bunch of tests now. I'm gonna add it to this guy. Player spawn points. OPQRS. Nope. Player spawn point. Um, okay. 1 second. Oh wow. Um, I mean, did that work? It did not work. I'm not sure. Hold up. Oh, okay. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. All right, let's see. I'm gonna do here, like this, and copy this transform. I can delete that, and then put this on here, and add one spawn point, and paste. Oh no, it's not. Wow, that sucks. That actually sucks. All right, so I can't paste the transform. It's the transform, but I can't paste it. So we're just gonna have to manually kind of like get the values. So location, location, rotation. Wait, is that facing the right way? Hold up. So I have to remove this. Let's see. World. Okay, so it's facing that way. So now it's facing this way. So, rotation, rotation. Yeah. All right. So then I do this, and I don't know if it's static, but now I should respawn. Oh, would you look at that? Okay, well it works first try, so no surprise there. I made it. Anyway, what did I just do? Okay. Okay. I'm actually happy this is just like working. I thought I would have to fight it, or I thought I'd have to like, oh my god, it's not working. Let's try and fix it. But it's just working. So so yeah, hooray for that. Let's see the cycling. Let's see the cycling. So next, gonna spawn one here. Then I'm gonna add 2, and I'll put this here. Then next, I'll put one here. Put this one here. So we have one. We have 1, 2, 3 in terms of rotation, like spawn points. So now, now I should spawn either J. Okay, well I spawned here, and then I should spawn at the M next. Right? Yep, and then I'll spawn at the J again. And now I'll spawn at the T. And then I'll spawn at the M. Because... Alright, so I mean that works. Jeez, man, that's actually kind of anticlimactic. I don't know, I wasn't expecting it to fail, but I wasn't expecting it to work this well either. Alright, let's try and make this a lot better. For example, I can smack out this time. Let's see if I can have it be super instant. Yeah, that worked too good. I just Bro, too damn good. No way. I mean, it's a pretty simple thing. I mean, it's simple, obviously, but I don't know how to explain it. I didn't expect it to just work, basically. So yeah, my custom spawn pad is now in the house. Let's see. Boom. Like I spawned before I even died, basically. Like you can see me here. Wait, you can like. Okay, so now I can't jump. My jump is bugged. So yeah, I can't jump. Okay. So yeah, jumping totally is bugged right now. I'm gonna try to fly. Oh, wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Look at that. Now I can't do a bunch of things with my player because I spawned too fast. So even it even affected the debug menu. Like I can only do these two, but I can't fly. Oh wow. So yeah, that's why I actually initially obviously put the 2.2-second delay, because if you respawn really too quickly after dying, your character does not initialize completely. And I think it was that lack of initialization that made it so that respawning, I couldn't jump. Wait, I still can't. No way. Flight. Okay, but I can jump now. Let's see. Respawn. Yeah, I can jump, which means I can. This is like this is the Fortnite flying, which you do by double jumping. But the you know, like the debug menu flight, I can't do that one. But I can jump. Let's you know what? Let's push it. Obviously, just to be sure that it was doing it too quickly that caused the problem, I'm going to set it back to 0 and build. Because if I can repeat the thing, then we know for a fact that it was not having the delay that took away my jumping. Yep, I can't jump. So if you do it too quickly, you won't be able. It just does not initialize everything properly. And right there, I should be sprinting. Now I think about it, like I should be running, not jogging. So it kind of messed with that too. All right. Let's just confirm once again. After confirming that it's, I mean, at this point I'm pretty sure, because obviously I didn't just put 0.2 seconds out of nowhere. I've kind of dealt with this before. But then I just want to confirm a little thing, and after which, so you see, hold up, let me go to the T because it's bigger. Like there, now I'm running properly. Before I was kind of like, oops, before I was jogging. So now I can run, I can jump. Okay, so absolutely you cannot, like, you know what, let me actually see. If we don't even wait a beat, what would happen? I have a feeling that it would not even work. Like if I push now, I should probably just spawn in the sky. Probably. Or if I spawn, I definitely will not be able to jump. Oh, yep. So if I respawn, yep. So if you don't even wait, like if you try to respawn the player in the same like tick as the player dying, it wouldn't even work. So you absolutely have to wait a little bit. Now let's see how far we can push this number. I'm gonna do 0.1 seconds. Because ideally, you want to make it as quick as possible without, bugging the player out. So I know 0.2 seconds is like safe and you know everything's gonna work, but let's see how small we can, how little we can get the number. Okay, 0.1 actually, whoa, 0.1 actually worked. Let's make sure it's not a fluke. Yep, can still jump and everything. So 0.1 works. Let's chuck it down to half of that, 0.05. I haven't even talked about. I'm kidding. All right. Oh, smack. All right, I'm gonna open up to go talk on 29, but first I do Duolingo. Wait, 0.05 works too. Okay. Let's see then. Half of that. What if I just do 0.01 and see? 0.0 spawns you, but it breaks your jumping and all that stuff. Let's do 0.01. Let's see if that's okay. All right, let's do some. Let's just do this quickly. All right, so this is 0.01. Oh, I can, bro. That is actually crazy. Because it's, Okay, so what I'm thinking is that in the case, okay, so basically, all right, so this is what I'm thinking here, right? If we go to sleep, we can see a bunch of things about sleep. So sleeping 0.0 is supposedly wait until the next tick, right? But then from what I know, like just personal knowledge, is that if there isn't anything really happening, it wouldn't even wait till the next tick. It would just continue within the same tick. Right. And I feel like that's what's causing the break. Because technically, if it's like a duration thing, 0.01 is actually 0.01 is actually smaller. Is a smaller time than waiting for the next tick. Because you can see that control on Windows. Yeah, you can see that there's 30 ticks per second. It's 30, which means that oops, I'm so tired. Which means each tick is about 0.03 seconds, right? So this number will happen before the next tick. Technically, that's what it should. Anyway, since it's fine to do 0.01, I'm just going to do 0.06 because why not? All right, so this is all great. Nothing seems to be broken. How else can we make this nicer? Maybe add like an is enabled thing. Enabled. This does not need to be a variable, but I'm just gonna leave it in case if I want to change it in the future. Make this public. I'm trying to think, honestly. Make it private. could make like a thing so it doesn't spawn you at the same place as another player. Or I can make it so that it always spawns you at the same location. Like it gives each player their own spawn location. Kind of. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. So let's implement that. Because why not? This has been too easy. What do we call it? Per player, let's say use per player assign points. Oh man, I'll call it something nice and a good name. Spawn per player assign. Assign spawn points to player per player. Damn, I suck at naming things. Let's do use per player spawn points. All right, and then if that's the case, we're going to do a variable of per player spawn points, which will be a map of player. Ooh, now I think about it, that's actually kind of smart. Per to int. Is this even worth the effort? So this is what I'm thinking. This is how I would do this. If this is true, then whenever we're doing whatever we're doing here, we would just assign the players to a specific spawn point, so that whenever the player dies and we're about to spawn the player, instead of cycling through, we would spawn this player at that very specific point. Trying to think now of how I should assign the numbers. Because if players leave, so there's two ways you could do this. You could either assign the numbers to the players and then use that, or you could assign spawn points to a player, so a player can spawn here. Okay, but what I'm saying is this. If I assign numbers to the players, then potentially two people could have, the same number, which means two people could use a particular spawn point. Or I could assign the spawn point to the players, and if I did that, then only one person can use a spawn point. honestly, I'm actually kind of tired. I'm feeling sleepy, not gonna lie. If I do this, by the way, it will automatically handle the fact that only one player can have a spawn point. I can change if you do this, because what happens in verse and maps is that one key, because this would be the key and this would be the value, one key, like a value can only have one key. The value can only have one key, so if I do it like this, you can't, because you cannot use this as a thing. Sheesh. I know I'm not talking much, but I'm actually thinking right now about how I would implement this in the easiest way that just won't bug out. Because I know that I'm making this and I'm gonna use it in other projects and whatever. But currently I'm making this for the target is the 1v1 map. That's like the target, and as a 1v1 map, I know that it's only going to be 2 players in at any point in time, right? So now, for example, in the clicks 1v1, with clicks 1v1, I have sort of like a switch system. So whenever someone gets a kill and someone gets spawned, one person turns on the switch, the next person, one person toggles the switch. So not turning on, just toggle. So if it's on, he'll turn it off. If it's off, he will turn it on. So one person toggles the switch and then the next person toggles the switch. If you turn on the switch, you go to the right. If you turn off the switch, you go to the left. So basically, since the 2 players, one of them will turn it on and the other person will be forced to turn it off, it's impossible for both players to spawn on the same side. It will always put them on one side or the other. Even if a player leaves, the next person that comes in will still follow the same thing. That's what I'm thinking about. If a player leaves, I want to handle it so that if a player leaves and a player joins, the person who joins gets the spot of the person who left, instead of just, because then that would be problematic if everybody just spawns at the same side all the time, right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking, and that's why I'm not just writing out stuff. I'm thinking about how to implement this properly, right? Because it also has to be foolproof, like this. If you don't have a spawn point, it will spawn you at the center. That's a foolproof way of doing things. But if I'm doing this, then you have to consider, like, if the person who is making this, because I probably will sell it at some point, right? If the person who's making this doesn't put enough spawn points for enough players, then that's going to be an issue, because then there'll be people who won't have places to spawn. Anyway. Maybe I should implement like a thing. Because right now I'm pretty happy with how I've got this set up. Let me start the game. Actually, I haven't tested that. Oh my days. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. Alright. Alright, so on game start I should handle this as well. Because currently it works when you... Okay, yeah. Did it just work then or did it not work? I don't even know. Okay, either way, I'm reaching one step closer to not having a device in my island. Besides the island settings, obviously, that's unfortunately a device category, but Let's get rid of what the heck? Switch fix. Like what? Hmm. You can't focus it if it doesn't have a mesh component. I think that's stupid. If it has a transform component, that's what you should be focusing. But I'm guessing it's just not gonna let you do that. So let's put a mesh and see if that's the fix. Yep. So you can't focus an entity. Focus is like when you press F and it just takes you to where the thing is. You cannot focus an entity if it doesn't have... Brother, what the heck? Okay. So I put the mesh and I removed it and now I can focus it, but before I couldn't because I was pressing the button. Anyway, get rid of that. Also get rid of this. Yes, go away. Alright, so no devices. Device free. Then I have my player spawner here, which allows me to add as many spawn points as I want. I don't actually need the scale, right? Like, realistically speaking, I do not need the scale. So I'm thinking I just make this a thing. So translation, rotation. Yeah. Let's do that. Just so it's a little bit more custom looking, you know? Spawn transform? Spawn. Spawn point. Type struct. This is the thing, is I don't even know where I should put this. Oh, well, it's there. And it's just a pure struct of location and rotation. Right? This will be this. What's the problem? Okay, so it has to be concrete. Let's get that. Touch it. And the fact it's concrete means this needs a thing on it. So why is it doing that? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. All right. So that, and then this. You cannot construct rotation as a class and a thing with a thing. Ah, my days, bro. I'm losing my mind here. The fact that I took away the computes means I can't like set the individual, but it's fine, especially for this situation. But I wonder if it would have made things faster. So I'm actually gonna call this location and orientation. And honestly, I do have to do like the conversion, to be honest. But it's like Do I need this here? Because I could just do it directly in here, right? So I do point dot location, and then same thing, dot orientation. But then this needs the thing, so you kind of need this. Alright, then you do that there. Then you chuck that out there. And I was like, okay. It's better to do it in here directly than to create a variable here that, you know, because it's just like when you do the variable, you are creating something. So, you know what? If we're to like really think about it, this is also kind of useless. Not like useless. Okay, it's not that useless because we are doing the current index. We're getting one of them from the current index, and that is a besides thing. Oh my days, I'm sleepy. Player respawn. So here we have now. I've made it so that it's just the position, because ideally you're not going to like respawn the player and resize them, right? So don't actually need the scale portion of this. So once I compile, let's actually just remove all of these first. It actually compiled, I think. But yeah, here it's added a thing, but then it doesn't have a thing because, again, I forgot to put. Did I forget? I don't think I forgot. I just was gonna show it. You need to actually make it editable so it shows up. So you make it editable here, and then you also make obviously the thing editable here. So compile, save, and now we have our location and our orientation. All right. Then copy the location. I mean rotation. There's one point. Oh my days, I just realized, I just remembered. Like rotation. How do I put it? How do I explain this? Rotation, right? Like this rotation cannot be copied and pasted. Like it's not pasting between things. Like if you press copy here and you try to paste, I mean, it's obviously rotation, right? But you try to paste that in, it doesn't work. I think I'm gonna go back to the old transform method. Sheesh. Now it's a question of, do I want to do it this way where each spawn point is like this? Or do I want to do it the other way, which was the transform way? Let's just kind of like revert to that. Okay. Yeah, because it's going to be a lot easier. Like this is a transform Like all of this together is just a transform struct. And then it has like these a little bit differently. And the thing is, this version of it, you can copy the rotation and like paste it in there, so you can copy. And I feel like it's a lot easier to do this because most of the time, what most people I believe would be doing would be copying it that way. Another thing I think I should do now I think about it is make it so that, because right now I'm copying the things, like I made it, this is like purely data driven, right? You don't have to place a physical thing somewhere. You can just get the values and paste them in here. And if you did that, it would just use them directly. But for people who, again, because again, in the future, I'm probably going to sell this, put it on my store, on my Patreon thingy. Some people actually just like to, you know, do it physically. Like they like to just physically drag things and drop them. So I'm going to create this two different ways. I'm going to add two extra ways. So this is method number one. You could just add spawn points directly. Now method number two is going to be that you can create an entity like this, and then everything you add as a child of this entity, right? So why is it not scrolling? So all the children you add, you can put them somewhere, and those would, you know, act as the spawn points. So I'll when the stuff starts, I'll just check all the children and then get their locations and put that in. And then the second way I'm going to make it is so that, because then the thing is this, if you had like the children thing, which I have here, if you have the children thing like this, let's just put a mesh on it, right? And you have like all these children, these would be the spawn points. If you were to somehow move the parent, it would move all the children a little bit. So some people might not like the fact that that could mess them up. So what I'll be doing is I'm going to make it so that apart from putting children under the entity with the spawn point, I'm going to make a different component that you can put on just any entity, and that entity would become a spawn point for this. So I'm actually going to, I'm locking in here. All right. First, let us do a children-based one. So let's say populate spawn points underscore from children. And then we're gonna do spawn points. That, yep, this is right. This should be a variable. All right, so we're gonna do for child in entity dot find it should be the children, not the children of the children. Just the direct children would count. So it wouldn't be find. We'll just do dot get children, get entities. For that, where the transform is gonna be, transform is child dot get global transform. we'll do transform. And then we will set that to be this. We would only do this if this dot length is greater than 0. So first of all, if the entity actually has children, then we are going to completely override, because it's like one or the other, right? Yeah. All right, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have let's get rid of this first. I'm gonna have this underscore internal, and then I'm gonna have this as an option, and this is going to be false. So it would be set up spawn points. So first thing we'd do is we would check if spawn points, then set spawn points internal equals spawn points or array. All right, so this is what I'm going to do here. I'm saying, so the way I have this kind of set up now is that this would show up as an optional. So it wouldn't really exist. Let me clear this up so that I can clear this up so I can actually push changes. So I can save. All right. Unknown, yeah, there's that. And then there's this. All right, so now what's gonna happen is that, oops, I need to save, I think. When you open it up, it's going to show up like this. So right now there is no spawn point set, and if you click that, it'll ask you that you can do it this way. So if you don't do this, then it will not use what you set in here. Instead, it would try the other methods I'm about to write. So, but if you do use this, if you like put this in, okay, we're assuming that you want to. I'm actually done with those strokes, so I don't understand. All right, let's see. So if you don't use this, it's going to use the other methods. I'm thinking, should I make it so you can combine methods? I think it's going to be stupid. Like, you should pick one, right? You either manually add everything here, or you do the children, or you do the other one. There's going to be 3 ways to add spawn points. And the first is to just complete data. You just write it out, and it would use those. So if this, like, we're going to ask, like, did you click this? if you did, then we're going to use that. But if you did, we're going to use that, and then we're going to like exit out of this function, call it a day. But if you didn't, then the first thing we're going to do is we're going to check if you put children. I don't think we're going to check that first. I'm going to make it be the last thing, but I've already written it, so it's going to be here. If you didn't, we're going to check if they are children. And if they're children, so like if you like have little children of the entity that the component is on, so these are the children, then we're going to get the positions of the children, and we're going to use that as your spawn point. So we are going to get all the children, we're going to get their position, and then we're going to put that and set that as your spawn points. But if you don't have children, then the next thing we will check is, which I should make, is a player. Let's make this. Manager index. All right, so what I'm thinking here is this. Thinking I actually call this spawn points manager underscore components. All right. So player spawn point. This is like the spawn points manager, and then you can have individual spawn points. Player spawn point component. Yep, that tracks. Now I think about it, I could do this with a tag, but I won't. So essentially what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it so that you can like, you know, apart from like doing the children way, so instead of having like children here of a thing, you could just randomly just place place an entity in your scene. And then just and then just like say, all right, this entity here is a player spawn point. Players will spawn here. And then you kind of want to have the manager read all your spawn points and sort of like, okay, that's where we're going to spawn players. But the thing is, people make lots of complex games, and I'm trying to think ahead, and it's not all the time like a simple game, a simple 1v1. Like you're just spawning here, you're spawning there. That's it, right? But then when you make complex games, you end up having situations where okay, maybe you want players to spawn here at this point in time, or you want a player to spawn there at this point in time. So you might want different settings or whatever, or different manager stuff, or to enable different things. So I'm thinking here, I'm going to have my spawn point manager have an index, a manager index. So if you set this to like 1, basically what it's going to do is it's only going to gather the spawn points you place around that have an index of 1. So that's why I'm doing this. Each spawn point will always have a manager index, and it's actually just that, like, that's it. It's going to start at 0 by default. All right. So that is okay. So that's the first thing we would do. We would check this, and if this doesn't work, then we're going to find all the spawn points managers. And we are gonna attempt to get the thing. So we are going to do, yeah, I'm just gonna write it out manually myself. For child in find descendants entities with I hope this is the name of the API. With components, player spawn points composed. Imagine if it's not. Sheesh. Why is it doing that? Wait. Oh, rip. Oh yeah, wow, look at that. Castable subtype components. All right, so we're gonna actually not of the descendant of this. We actually need to get like we have to check everything in the simulation entity. So simulation entity. I mean, this just does this, right? So I'm going to do this. If I'm gonna sell this stuff, I'm actually going to have to like, anyway, let's leave it as this. We're gonna go into the simulation entity, and then we're gonna check all the components and try and find the ones that have this particular component. Let's rename this to spawn comp. And then we're going to filter by the ones where the spawn comp dot manager index is equal to manager index. Is that what I called it? Hold up. Yeah, manager underscore index. Oh, wait, no, this is the entity. Oh my god. All right, so we're not going to find the entity because, I mean, we do need access to the component. So what we're going to do is actually just get the components directly so that we can check the manager index inside the component, compare it to the manager index of this component. And then if this is like predicate here, so if this succeeds so that the index is the same as this one, then we would do spawn comp dot entity dot get global transform. So this thing will essentially give us the global transform of that. And then we can just set this to be this. Oh, days, bro. All right, nice. That's it. We've done the implementation of it. And set spawn points. Let's actually call this before on simulate. So on begin simulation. What did I type there, ready? On begin simulation override no suspense colon void equals set of spawn points. Yeah, I don't think we need to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So super on begin simulation. Cool. All right, so this is the setup now. This stream was a lot more technical than, not like technical, but it was more so like locked in. Oh, that's not the word. Like I was focused on the work more than I would have liked to. I would have actually preferred to not be too focused on the work and continued answering the questions. Let's do a little bit of that. Mine. Thoughts funny. Number 3. And we are at 29. Ooh. I actually have a lot of days left. How did I read it too fast? I didn't read it too fast, but I read it too fast. Like I finished it too fast. Okay. Let me just build here. And I'm gonna test out the 3 things, the 3 methods. So the first would be the manager index version of it. I need to save something. The first would be the manager index version of it, and the second would be the I would need to put an enabled or disabled thing. Yeah. All right. So the first would be the manager index, and for that, I should be able to just do entity, call this spawn point, right? And then put a spawn point component and just give it manager index of 1. Just gonna drag this little thing here. Drag another one here. And then drag another one there. So ideally here, by having these spawn points, just these entities with these spawn points, the manager would get them. They also need to have the same manager index. It'll get them, and I will spawn at those locations. Now, the other thing I should add actually is if you get them, I would want to remove them from, like, this is the best part about scene graph. With a player spawner device, first of all, they're always there. Secondly, they consume memory like the way they do. And third, like, again, they're always there, I guess. But with this one, I could just get the position, because that's really all I need. I could get the position of it, and then I could remove it afterwards. So, thinking of how I can do this, because I can store the position, then remove it, and then return the position. I want it to all just be in this one line. All right, let's do it this way. So I would say transform is this, and then I will remove it. So spawn comp dot remove from current, right? And then I will return the transform afterwards. All right, that's nice. So this setup will, oh, well, it's already working. And when I, right. So we have one of them is up here, and the other one is there, and the other one is there. So I'm on the T, the J, and then the other one's kind of like just over there. So again, it's still going to do the whole sequential thing, so I should teleport to the T. I don't know, actually. Now you can't even set the order because it comes in anyway, but teleport to the T, and next I will respawn at here. And then again, go back to the J. Okay, so the order in which you place them in the world, yeah, that's the order it's gonna get them. Okay, so this is the first step, and they still kind of exist as things, but for performance improvements, I'm gonna remove them after getting their transforms. So not that you would see them being removed now I think about it, because they don't even have meshes. Let's push changes there. Alright, so that's the first way. The first way is to, this is the way I would do the least. Actually, I arranged it in order of best to worst. This is not like worst, like terrible, but like the best way would actually just be to manually type in the spawn locations and stuff. That would use the least, it would be the best option. Anyway. So, I mean, that's working already, so no biggie there. And then let's try the second way, which is to have entities as children of the thing. Oh my days. It has to return. And it also has to return for whichever one succeeds. Thank goodness I caught that, or that would have been terrible. Yep. Okay. So we can delete all three of these. And the second way is to just have children of this entity. I'm gonna put like a cone on them, so you can sort of see what's going on. So now that I put these are some terrible placements. What am I doing? And of course it also, respects the rotation. So you could also use that as well. Let's just use those two. So now that I have this, and again, this is kind of like, oh, it's still using the other one. All right, so it's still using the one from before, but the thing, I need to start game and end game so that the simulation restarts. And nope. Wait, did I delete them? Even if I didn't delete them, it should be, because like there's a priority, because like literally the way I arranged the lines, it will do this, it will check, it will attempt this first, and then it will attempt this second, and then it will attempt this last. Anyway, I've fully restarted the simulation, and now I should spawn under this thing by the M. And I did not, so like, what's going on? Alright, so whatever the heck is going on, let's try this out, right? If I do this and push changes, and this should absolutely work, because now it doesn't even have the flipping manager index, so. I should only spawn between the J and the M. Like I should just go back and forth between those two. These streams are not tiny at all. There's the music. Sorry guys, I forgot to put the music back on. Oh wait, no, that's the, I am not, like the whole copyright thing, like I'm not gonna risk it again. So if I can open the aesthetic lo-fi aesthetic. Nope, we're not even doing aesthetic lo-fi, we're doing copyright free lo-fi this time. Nope. Okay. I've already pushed. Why did I start game, bro? I don't actually need to start the game. I just not thinking. Okay. So there we have it. And respawn. And boom. So we go with the M. Then we go with the J. Right? So yeah. Now it's gonna use the children of this entity, as you can see. Those are the children. That's why they're moving together when I move it. All right, so I'm thinking I should make it delete the children too, because like logically speaking, you wouldn't put children. Let's add a thing so that you can choose to either. I don't see why you would put the children of the spawn points thing, because like I mean like here for example I'm putting the spawn points on, you know, this entity that has other stuff, but logically speaking if I were making a thing I would just put this on its own thing by itself and then I would put the children or whatever. So let us let's do, just make this one because that's already here. I'll call this delete markers logic, and this will actually be true by default, so you have to turn it off if you don't want it to do that. True. And we're going to use this here. So if delete markers is true, then delete that, and then we're also going to do it here as well. So we're going to transform this to that, and then we do this, and it'll be just child. Yep. Okay, so if delete markers, then we'll delete the children after getting their transforms. So let me just put this in here to be honest. Okay, so now it's like 3 things. Like ideally, like this is getting too long, so good coding practice says that you should break it into a thing like this. So I am gonna do just that. Do this, and we're gonna break this into our own thing. So forget that, and then we do this, and then we do that. Yep. So for spawn comp, if this matches, then we attempt to get their transform. If it doesn't match, then just go to the next one. And then we check if we delete markers, then we'll remove the entity, and then just return transform, blah, 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 blah. Maybe I should make this to be like sort of the same as this one. Doesn't need to, because it's just 2 options here. So it's fine for it to be in like this style. But when you have like a lot, then it's better to break them into individual lines so it's easier to read. Okay. Yep. So delete markers, it'll remove the children. So all I need to do is just actually build this. And now what it should do is remove those cones after getting their... Oh, was that a voice crack? I don't know if it was, but I think it was. Anyway, whatever. Remove the thing, like the cones. It'll delete the cones after getting the positions. And I will still spawn there, obviously, so... Look at that. This way you can have like a physical thing that you could place in your world that you can see this is where the players are spawning, but then it'll be so efficient because when the game actually starts, boom, it deletes the thing. Not the game started, but like when it starts. And I can respawn, second place, and it's gone. See? And funny thing I like about this whole setup is you respawn so fast, you can actually see yourself dying. I mean, you can see yourself getting eliminated. I started the game. I didn't want to press that. Press the thing. Okay, so when I respawn right now, like I'll look over the J, and boom, you can you can see it there. I just got eliminated. Anyway, it's all good now. Let's see. So that works. So you have 3 options. you have three methods here. Method 1 is to set the spawn points in the thing, which is the best. It's just the best, right? Because then all you would have is just one entity in the world, and this entity would handle all your spawn locations and stuff. Method 2 is to create children under the entity that is holding the spawn points manager component, and those children will be your spawn locations. And if you have delete markers, then when the stuff actually starts, it would actually delete them, so they're not there taking up space. And then method 3 is to create just random entities on their own. You could even just use any other entity, right? I could use this, for example. And as long as I put the spawn point component on this, and I give it a manager index, and I also give a manager index on this one, so 0 for example, then I will spawn at that location. Yep. But with this delete markers, it's actually going to remove the thing. So if I don't want it to remove the thing, then I can uncheck delete markers. And I should spawn like tic-tac-toe, but of course I probably wouldn't, because it's setting the thing. So the issue here is that this kind of sets the spawn points. Oops. This sets the spawn points on begin simulation, and it only does that once. So yeah, the simulation isn't actually really starting, or is it because I have on begin simulation? I don't even know. Let's see. Because it's not additive, so it should absolutely reset where I spawn, but it doesn't seem to do that until I actually click push full changes. Okay, let's talk a little bit while this is going on. 29. Okay. Ooh, all right, that's good. Hashtag end academic abuse, by the way. I don't know. Did I curse him? Hold on, let me see. 1 second. I mean, if let me see. Actually, I had a cool English teacher back in my day too. It was pretty chill. Damn, my notes are a lot. Holy cow, you have a lot to read. Oh, okay, I didn't curse them. Okay. Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna like let's see. Many tiny Monday. I'm trying to remember the Mondays. Many tiny. All right, I will go over the little story there. No one's in the calls these days, but back then, in the Fortnite Creative Discord call, there were usually a bunch of people who were always there. Rod Vulture is one of them. Ray is another one, and like those, they were the regulars. They were usually always in the call, and then occasionally some other people would join too. And what happened was, right? So, uh, um, everybody knows that because like I said, I don't care if I would talk about it. I would say it anytime. They just have to know. So they know, right? And at some point, someone came in and he was screen sharing. Some other random person came in and he was screen sharing stuff. Why did I spawn there? Okay, so yeah, I set that as the thing because I added the spawn point component to it. Player spawn point and that, right? So then I spawn here. Why do I feel like there is some hidden entity somewhere around here that I'm able to spawn at? 1 second. Oh, there was. Okay. I guess I forgot to delete it. That explained that. Okay, so yeah, they knew, and then some dude came in. He was screen sharing some stuff. It wasn't like, obviously screen sharing in the Fortnite Creative Discord. It wasn't. It was something that like it was something goofy like. Oh, I can't emote. 1 second. Let me start. So goofy like this, right? Something of that nature, just but like in a Fortnite context. And then Broad Vulture was like, oh, and then wait, no, okay, I gotta read off what I wrote. So sharing the screen, and then something came up, and then I was like, what the heck, man? I don't want to see that. I have a. And then Ray was like, no, not Ray, sorry, Broad Vulture was like, yeah, that's not friendly. And then that word, that kind of, people started using that around me whenever someone is screen sharing something, and then it's like, because it's like they're screen sharing, and then I'm like, I said like how many times now? They're screen sharing, and I'm like, okay, wait, let me see, and then I'm about to go see, and then they're like, no, Juno, don't come watch. It's not this. It's not fee ami. It's not that friendly, right? And I'm like, oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. So that's what that that's how that kind of, you know, that's how that started. Yep. Make sure to get the beauty sleep. I put my flowers? Yeah. These are my flowers. Hmm. All right. No. Okay, that's all I'm just trying. All right. If you just joined, I'm doing SingRef stuff. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I do SingRef stuff. This is what I do. All right, you've seen all that. You can go now. Oof, I'm gonna solve this again. Oh my days, bro. Such bad timing. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that needs to go there. Let's do like a cycle thing. That's the easiest way to get it there. Just push. Anyway, I don't know what's up with that. That's my glider. Okay, that is pretty much all there is to number 29, isn't there? Yep. So after like what, 4 streams? 3 streams, I think. Okay. Okay. Player spawn points. I forgot what I was gonna do for this. But I was gonna do something. So this is fine. I think I like the. Oh yeah, enable and disable. Yeah, let's kind of do that. Actually, make this an editable, to be honest. I don't see how or when you would want this to kind of start disabled, but let's just make it an editable. And as for timing, it should only check on the spawn actually. So if it's disabled, then it wouldn't run the spawn function, but it should do everything else if it's disabled, if it's enabled. So if not, isn't it? Oh my god, bro. If it's not enabled, then return. Return is basically like just stop here, like exit the function at this point. Normally it will run this line and then it would run this line and then this line and that line, but whenever it returns, it would just stop there. So for example here, it would check this thing. If this is true, if this works out, it will then enter this branch. But once it enters this branch, it will do a return, so it wouldn't even bother checking all of these. But if this fails, it wouldn't go into this branch. It would just try the next thing. If this is successful, then it would enter this branch, do this line, do this line, do this line, get here, and then return, so it wouldn't even bother checking this one. But if this doesn't work out, this doesn't work out, and this works out, then it would enter this branch, and I guess you could say it's kind of useless to return here because it's already at the end, but let's just leave it like that because why not? So it looks the same. All right. So if it's not enabled, then it wouldn't work. And because this always checks whenever you spawn, I could enable and disable it in real time. So let's push this to that. And that is my, oof, that is my player spawner. Am I missing something? I guess I could add like filter. Wait, oh, I spawned, okay. So if I respawn, that was the invisible one that was there. If I go in and I set this to be disabled, then logically speaking, I should respawn in the sky. Yep. So that's how it works. Now it's enabled again, respawn, boom. All right, so we've added having it enable and disable. We have 3 different ways to specify where we want to spawn. We have this per player spawn points. I actually still haven't implemented it, but I don't know if I'm going to do it that way, to be honest. For now, let's kind of not do that. All right, so this is the final setup. I think I'm missing anything. Let's see. Player spawner. Player spawner device. So the Fortnite one has a team. You can filter by team. I can implement this. Oh wait, before I do that, actually, now I think about it. Yeah, this doesn't even work fully. I just remembered. Yeah, so I need to make it work. See, it doesn't work when you start the game. So, oh wait, oh no, it didn't work. I already have a spawner here. I forgot. Let's delete that. Okay, so when you start the game, it doesn't work basically. So I need to do that, and for that, we will employ on game start, on player added, on player eliminated. These are like responders, and then these are like handlers stuff. So we will put it here on what am I doing? Begin on game start, on round start. I think that's best. On round start, not override. On round start for players. So for player and all players, we will spawn them on round start, and on round start is going to be, I actually have a function for this, which is on fort round start. Okay, so on simulate, we're going to do on fort round start. think it's expecting something. I don't even know. Oh wait, on 4th round start. What did I do? Subscribe. Are we dead ass? This is how it should be. And I don't think this even needs. Yeah. So on 4th round start, it would do this. Let's set up cleanup for this. Do we do that? I don't think we do. On simulate, we'll clean up automatically this thing. So normally I would store this in a thing that'll cancel after, but on simulate should cancel it. But honestly, I'm not so sure. So I'm going to like manually do that. What are you, buddy? Go away. So we're gonna do cancellables of type array of cancelable. Good lordy lord. Array. Okay, so we are going to set this plus equals array of this. This returns. Okay, buddy. There. Yeah, and then on round end, on end simulation, we will go through for cancelable. Oh, this. Cancelable is maker. What did I just say there? Oh wait, and cancellables. Good lord. All right, there. I don't even want to talk about what that was, but let's just relegate it to one line and also to one line. I don't want to see. I don't want to see it. Okay, so this is just going to clean up. So on round start, it should just spawn everybody. So let's see if that works. Whew. Making your own custom player spawner is quite the task, isn't it? Let me set up my spawn points again. So I need that. It's going to be number 1. 1, 2, 3. So number 1 is going to be there. Number 2 is going to be there. And number 3 will be like that. So all right. So as always, there's 3. It feels like I'm repeating the same things over and over again. But this is how it is, right? There are 3 different ways that my player spawner will work. First is being able to just manually type in where you want the players to spawn, right? Spawn here, spawn there, spawn there. And the second way would be to just put children of this thing, and then you can physically place them where you would like them to spawn. And the third way is to designate any object as the spawn point by putting a spawn point component on that object. So 3 different ways. But of course, the best way is just ideally just type it in. Not best as in most convenient, but best as in. Alright, well, I don't have to explain anymore. I only explain whenever people join. If they leave, I don't care. Okay, now I can continue. We're on 30. Oh yeah, okay, 30. Yeah, the math. Okay. Now I'm just gonna go read directly what I said. Oh wait, no. Did I not curse this man? What the heck? I know I definitely did, but it's looking like I didn't write it out. Damn. Well. Oh wait, no, I cursed him before, I believe. You know what? I'm just reading this again, and I just curse him again. Bro gets it. Bro's gonna get everything. Wait, did I get an accident because I cursed people? Oh my god, wait, F doesn't matter, it does not matter. You know why it doesn't matter? I'm gonna give you your... No, wait. There we go. Here's what he thinks. Who cares what he thinks? This is all that matters now, isn't it? Wait, let me finish. Alright. For you. Oh. Okay. Let's make it look nicer. Yep. What color is this? So, anybody want that? What is that blue? What the heck? I don't know where it went. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. F the other one and whatever he thought he was doing. So I'm gonna test starting the game, and it kind of works. I mean, now it's gonna work whenever I respawn. But I did spawn in like, sheesh. Oh, let's try that again. And oh wow, that was pretty crazy. All right, so start game. I don't know how I feel about that. It doesn't do it immediately. Is there something wrong with my thing? On 4-round start is pretty much instant, but it's not. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Let's test out. Let's see when this is being called and when I'm actually getting spawned. So we will do print round started at get simulation time, right? And then we will then do player spawned at this. So let's see if this is. We'll kind of see when, like, what is causing the holdup. Okay, so I'm reading off my replies. Yep. So here you go. God, I'm looking at the 4/4 that I did on my thing, and I wanted to make it look like this. It's kind of looking pretty stupid. Wait, this is how it looks. So like a small one at the top, and then I wrote the thing on the side, and then there's a regular 4. Anyway, wait, this one's kind of like a little bit higher. Yeah. Anywho, okay. Let's forget about the annoying moments. Yeah, forget about it. See, it's not there. And oh yeah, this was 30. So I now understand. I understand not being able to post and comment stuff. So yeah. And now I'm thinking. Yep. When I said I wanted to move, it was that. But it again, it's not like a. I mean, I've done a lot of things. Like I've done a lot of what's the word? Right now, it's not a permanent move, so it's just like a little mini. It's like it's not going to be permanent. I'm just gonna go a place, and then I'm going another place, and then during that time, it'll be sorted out, and you know, necessary talks will be had. And I plan to even visit it at some point between the time. But anyway, all to say, you guys shouldn't worry about that. That's all I wanted to say. And I've had Oh. The conversation, not like the full conversation, but like the little questions. They helped. So now I know how to do. I know like what type of. Anyway. I can't talk about this on right now without like I can't think of a discreet way to. I love that word. I can't think of a discreet way to talk about it, but it's okay. Is all I'm trying to say. Um. Oh no, we have it. We're finally. We're moving up. We're getting really close now. Message on me. All right. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Start game. Okay. So round started at this. Player spawn at that. And this kind of tracks, right? Because if I were to do... Let's pick something. If I were to do that... minus that... that is 6 this, which is essentially 0.06. And 0.06 is the delay that I wait. So now the question, I guess what I should do is check if, because this is running pretty much on time, but I don't know if this is running truly at when the round starts. So in order to check that, I am going to have to make a first device. Right? I'll call this just test underscore time underscore device is create. My goodness. Equals class creative underscore device. This, and we will do on begin. Do this. All right, so I'll make a test device there, and I will see if they both start at the same time. Player spawn point. Boop. Okay. All right, we are at one. All right. Sorry, I was reading some messages on the Discord. Here we go. Yay, May finally. I don't think I ever got 100 in science and math, like at the same time. But then again, I didn't write too many exams. I'm so sorry. If only we could like do a little protest. Stop the madness. Can't be writing tests every single day. That just, I don't know. That just doesn't feel right. But if you are out there and you guys are doing great in school and getting a full 100, then just know that little me over here in this corner of the world is very proud of you, so keep it up. And now let us test to see if they start at the same time. Damn, they actually do. Quite literally at the exact same time. Like at the exact same tick. I mean, I guess I would expect it to do that, but then... So then that means there is no... There really might not be a solution here. That's what it's looking like. Because this is running the very second the round starts. Right? It's running the very second the round starts. The main issue here, by the way, that I'm actually talking about is the fact that am I blind? Oh wait, no, I'm not. I flipping put it God knows where. Oh, there we are. So the main issue here is the fact that when you start the game, there's like a little 1 second hold on, let me get these messages out of my way. Wait. What just happened? Did you just come back compo like at the... Did I somehow manage to reply? Oh. I'm so sorry, compo. Like your messages didn't load up until the thing that I typed, like quite literally, like it was right here. And then after I sent these messages, then this one, and this one came in. So, oh, I'm so sorry, bro. I didn't see the messages. But as for, yeah, you can set that up if we're talking about material parameters in a decal with Niagara, because you can pass parameters into Niagara, which means you can bind those parameters to a material. I'm thinking we could do that. Let me take a break from this and let's see how that would work. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I don't have a V, F, oh, I do. Let's do it in here. So we add in a decal renderer, and you would put a decal material. Oh, to render the decal, we need to adjust the scene. Let's do a floor. I think that's what it needs, yeah? Epic headquarters. To add ground geometry to, yeah. So, let's add the ground. I mean, or is it just not working? Floor, enabled floor height. Is that what it needed? Talking about, but yeah, there is a floor there. So let's make a decal material as well. I'm kind of getting a fucking headache from those headphones clamping down on my head. What the heck? Let's do. M underscore decal underscore texture. Ooh, okay. I think I see how I'm gonna make this work, right? So we would do texture parameter icon. I'll do image. Image. Icon. Equal is white. And we'll make this a deferred decal that is translucent. And put the alpha in opacity. All right. So, why did you do that, bro? Go that way. So we have this, and then we have this one, and it's gonna be decal image material parameter binding. Okay, so here you'd see we have like material parameters. So let's do texture parameter. And we'll call it player icon. So it's gonna get the, oops. It's gonna get the parameter that you have there. So player icon is what I call that. And then in here you have player icon, and then for the texture, you create user parameter, make new. Do we have a texture? Let's see. Texture sample. All right. So texture, we call this the player icon, right? Player underscore icon. And then you should be able to just drag that on to, good lord. You might be cooked. Let's see. Maybe give it a default first. Okay. Yeah, we might be a little bit cooked here because I can't see the thing even. Oh my days. Is it this one? Nope. Imagine if it just worked. Like, that would have been great. If it just, like, worked. Let's do floats. That's float. So normally you should be able to like just. Oh wait, did I just put that on? Oh my, is it sleep? What is going on? Just so we're clear, I'm not like a. I just want to clarify that I'm not a. Like Niagara Pro, right? I'm absolutely a Niagara. I'm a big Niagara. Okay, so that's what should happen. So I wasn't tripping. So I didn't even think about the fact that you couldn't. Wow, really? Okay, I kind of understand. Not working there. All right, let's see. Select all of this. Boom. You can put stuff there. You can put stuff all the way there. But then you can't put anything. You can't. Okay, so it's kind of stupid, I guess, but yeah, that sucks. That really sucks. I don't think you can pass this thing in there. Let me see something. Maybe we might be able to get away because remember, an icon is essentially just a bunch of RGB values, right? So if we had a vector and we had this faux icon and we had the RGB going in here, let's see. But that's the thing. Now I think about it, like I don't think it's even gonna work because you have like the texture is a like texture inverse. It's a data type of its own. You can't decompose it into RGB values. But let's just attempt, right? So call this a vector, and we have full icon. Can we put the vector there? Nope. Oh, I was expecting Yep. All right. So unfortunately, I cannot see a way to pass this to pass anything from the user parameters into the material parameter. Yep. Let's think. Maybe there might be a way. Let me see. Let's try something. Create a material parameter collection. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Can't even have a texture in here. Why did I think you could have a texture in there? I've been away for so long, I'm just getting stupider. So, yeah, I don't think you can have. Wait, let me see. Hold up. If I did this, and I did like this too, so you could have, but it won't be dynamic though. Let's see. So that's one decal. The question is, how would you switch? It should be a thing somewhere. Is it this? No, it's not. Nope. I can't even think about how you would switch between both. I don't think you can even switch between both. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there's a way. I don't know for sure, but I don't think there's a way. Okay. Maybe you can toggle visibility. I don't think there's a way to do that either. Let's see. Nope. Well, maybe you can do something with this. It's not totally impossible. I'm just trying to, but there are just so many limitations from what I can see here. So that sucks. And I get the feeling that I really should be going to sleep, but I didn't even do the flipping Roblox card thing. Let me see if I can quickly bang that out. Oops. So I need this actually like that. Let's just put that there. All right. So what this is going to do, not a multiply. is basically going to have the icon, the part where the player is going to be solid. Because the alpha there will be 1, and then the part which doesn't have the player will basically pick this between the opacity, which will then have a gradient like that. So that goes there, and then multiply the RGB by the alpha, and this goes into the emissive color. And then I guess you can do a lerp actually. So lerp, this will be, the player will be here, and then this will be the background color of the thing. So background color. I think it was like a yellow in the thing that we saw. But let's do a nice soft pastel lilac. Okay, and this honestly can be this, and then there, and then there, which can be there, and then there, and there, straight. This should be straight. This goes straight. This goes there. And that goes there. That goes there. And that goes there. Alright. So, oopsie. Forgot to make this a parameter. Call this player. Sorry you guys had to watch that. Oh, what am I doing, bro? Alright. This should be pretty much solid in terms of the player card. It should just look right. I can tell. I could do it and it should just work. I hope it just works, right? But just to be sure. Oh wait, hold up, I forgot. It should face the camera. Forgot about that. That is achieved. With the world offset. Check onto a sprite. 28. So I'm not talking as much. I'm gonna try this out. Worst case scenario is just gonna be rotated the wrong way. But what do I call it? To its own thing, actually. Now I think about it. I'm having a lot of folders here. Let's see. Player card underscore Roblox. And I need to go into materials and get this and drop that in there. And I didn't put my assets folder, so go in there. Alright, so now I need to do a damn. And it will take player. Type player. Like, what's going on? This should not be, like, there should be errors. What's going on here? Of course. There we go. Then on simulate, we will get player icon. Maybe I should make that into a function, honestly. Agent docket icon. Is that scene graph? Or is it like, yeah, I think it's put on the scene graph. Alright, so we do it right here. Agent dot get icon. sides texture equals just agent dot get float character. Get components. Nope, agent will get full character dot. Get entity. At this point, I'm starting to wonder: is this coding thing even difficult? And I'm just being stupid. Get components. Icon components. Icon underscore components. Dot icon. That's it. That's all it was. Let's make it one line. Stuff like this just don't have to be 2 lines. Okay, so now I can do using my utilities. What do I want to do even? I want to spawn a plane. Let's make it that thing, like this. So, player entity. Player dot get for character dot get entity. Wait a minute, I should have just this without using that. Yeah. Yeah, for character dot get entity. Yep. Okay. I feel like I should have put that agent.getIcon thing down there, to be honest. Yep. And why not? Let's make it a thing. Like this. And then if it's using this, I can just call this, to be honest. Let's leave it like that. So what do I want to do? I want to build a card and then chuck the card on this player. So if that is that and that's that, then card equals entity. Let's start with that. Then we will build the transform components. Transform comp equals transform component. Lordy Lord. Transform components. Entity equals card. And then we will do mesh components. Let's make the card thing so I know it's kind of like straight up. Right, let's just do it here. Rectangle. I knew it. All right, now that's over it. All right, set up. There should be in player card. Books, assets. And call this some underscore player. I thought it would do that, but I didn't think it would do that. I hoped it wouldn't do that. That was it, basically. And why did it do that? Nobody knows. Well, this doesn't matter if it's like this, because it will ultimately just straighten up on the screen. So all I need to do is make sure that it does not have any weird collision settings. So project default, no collision, and we are good to go. Of course, name it the thing it should be named. And that. And now I should be able to build verse code. What is the error? Oh, right. Rip. So let's do this using assets. Should be using this dot assets just so it's clear. So now that is the bump, and it has, good lordy lord, it has that as a thing. No, player card material shouldn't be this. This should actually be that, and then this should be called player card. Right. So save, file, and it should now be player card. Yep. Okay, so this is the and we do a little bit of that entity, this card. So we have the transform, we have the mesh. Well, you add the component to, you put the entity, and you create an entity, add the entity to the player, and you add just this thing, and it should create these things. That's the design flow I'm going to kind of like go for here, right? Okay, so you create an entity, and then you add this to the entity. So you create an entity separately, you add this thing to the entity, and then by adding this thing to the entity, it will set itself up by the entity will have that. So it'll create a mesh component, and then it will set up the thing, material. So material instance equals oh, this, but just that, and then we will do player icon is this, and background color we will leave, but we'll be able to set the background color if we want. So we'll just set the player icon, and then we will call this but then mi is that, and we will do set mesh comp equals this, and mesh comp is this, so player card dot player card is this. Okay, so we will create the thing and then do the thing. It's I cannot speak. Set mesh comp to be that, and then we will then do card dot add components. I can't press the thing. F array mesh comp. Yep, so this will add the thing, and then afterwards we would then add the entity to the player. So we would say card dot set as we do, yeah, no, player underscore entity dot set as parent to array card, right? And yeah, this should just work. I hope so. I don't know, but I hope so. And I wrote it this way so I could actually just test it easily by doing where's my test entity components. So test entity single click, I have the agent who pressed it. I will do card colon equals entity. So I'll create the entity here, and then I will do this. Oops. Card comp. So equals this. And then entity equals card. Player. I think about it. I actually don't need a thing for this because this should be entity, really. I don't need to pass the thing, it's gonna be on the thing. Alright, nice. Thanks for the back reference, like in there. So player, that should be agent. That's fine. So I should be able to do agent there and there. And now I should be able to do entity equals card and then agent equals agent. Then we have this. I take this. I do this. I'm actually so confused what's going on here. Add this scope must be initialized with a value. Oh wait, good lord. Oh no, there's no. I'm so sleepy or something. Let's just build first of all, because like what's going on here? Wait a minute. Are you serious? Like that was it? I thought I. Then what did I? I'm pretty sure. You know what? It's whatever. Okay, so I'm going to make this thing kind of like go along here, then return. So return. So you click on it and then it's going to create an entity and then it's going to create this component. Are we dead ass? Didn't even add the components to the entity. Card.add components. Alright. I didn't spell array properly. Okay, so it's gonna add that to the thing. And when it adds it to the thing, now I think about it, that's also not gonna do anything. Because this is set up to do stuff on simulate, but it doesn't even simulate, so my goodness. So we will add it here, and then we would do simulation entity dot. We would do if sim is this, then sim dot add add entities array of cards. So we'll add the simulation thingy and then return. And yeah, that should be it. I should click build. All right, so basically what should happen is I click on that once and it should create a thing above my head. Oh, it's not going to be above my head. It's going to be in my body. All right, let's adjust for that real quick. We'll do it in here. So it will do this, set as parents to that, and then it would do entity dot set local transform. Vector 3 left up, just up actually, up colon equals, I don't know, 128. Let's bump it up to 0. Yep. And then rotation will be nothing, and then scale will be nothing. I could just do this like this. So it's just going to set everything blah blah, and then it'll just be up. Yeah. So I'll wait for this to load. Then I will build and push. And I hope this kind of works first try, because I kind of got a streak going. Everything has been working first try. No, why did I start the game? I didn't need to start the game. Alright, anyways, whatever. Let's see if it just works. One click. Yeah. There it is. And as you can see, the skin is all like full color, and then the background kind of fades up to the end. Oh, right. Maybe it shouldn't be that big. These things are not necessarily hard. I'm just glad I've gotten to the point where I can visualize them in my mind, like, you know, without having to look at, like, back in the day I would have to do stuff and then place them out and then look. But now I can sort of like see what this is going to look like before I actually place it and stuff. Yeah. And then, you know, same with the code. I can just kind of like tell. I can write this out to be a lot more robust, handle player respawns and all that stuff, but honestly, this is just for the vibes. Holy moly. Okay, let's see it in action. I turned down the size because that was a little bit too big. And I don't need to like start the game even. Just click. Alright. So that's pretty, it's pretty alright. I think the next thing I'm going to try and implement is the health bar that was at the bottom. Also, I'm thinking I'm going to round out the corners of the image just so it's like nice and smooth. And for that, I'm going to bring in a material function I wrote a long time ago that I have no idea where it is. I remember now, should be here. Player card, boom, copy. I'm not going to go over the material function, but basically it just creates a round rectangle. That's it, really. I don't think it's too much of a big deal. So open this up. Like, it's a better round rectangle function than the one that exists by default. I think it is. I'm not saying this because I made it, but I'm saying because I made it because the other one didn't really satisfy my requirements and needs. So for now, just chop all of this off and kind of get a visual of the thing. So round 5 at the top and at the bottom. Well, I mean, I put mine 7.5. Alright, that's pretty good. And as for the roundness, let's see. Not like too round, but just a little bit. So 0.15 on that. Ooh, actually really cool. I have an edge softness thing going on too. Would you look at that? So turn down the value here, just so it doesn't like, basically it's gonna like, smooth out the rounding. I can do 1.5 and then turn this down even more. So 0.85. And then 0.9. Okay, so these are the final values that I will go with. Constant, constant, constant. No. Sorry. Just this. And line up. Line up. Okay. Maybe not line up those like that. Okay, and then this goes in here, that goes there, this goes there, and for the rounding I should just multiply this by that. So I will chuck this in here. So fill, Shift R, convert to name the route, and F2. Call this round. I don't know. Border radius. Oh, Jesus Christ. Edge rounding. Yep. Edges. I'll just call it edges. I like my masks to be that color. Then again, plop that and call it edges. Then stretch this a little bit, pull back M, and pull down, and then edges. All right. This should be fine. Just gonna move this forward a little bit to there. And yeah. So now I'm going to push changes. And we should go from the harsh, sharp square to a, you know, a nicer looking thing. I actually want the gradient right around here to sort of like fade in, fade out a little bit more and be like not linear. So I'm thinking I should have done that before I push changes, but I'll convert the gradient from a linear one to a non-linear one, which you just do by, you know, by raising this to power of something. So go back, E, and let's just preview. Oof. Let's preview this. Wait, no, let's preview this alone. So that is that, and then you got this, and it kind of like, you know, it goes a little bit more, and this is like a lot harder, like a lot harsher. It gets dark a lot there. So I'm gonna go with like 1.5. This is over 1, by the way. So you know what, let's go for like let's go for pi. Why not? Okay, so pi goes in there. We're doing max of the player icons thingy so that the player icon does not fade with the thing. And then we're multiplying it by the edges, which will remove the border at the end. That goes in opacity. This goes there. And it may not look like it now, but it's gonna work properly. Let me just line this up with that. Chuck that there, chuck that there, bring these guys together. Honestly, I don't even know what the heck I'm doing. I don't know how. Yeah, you know, let's just close out of this, bro. Okay. It's 3:17. Yep. Actually locked in, I guess. All right, 105. Oh man, like I don't want to get off, to be honest, but the headphones. Let me take them off. Holy moly. I can hear my voice like a little bit differently now, and it just sounds so crazy. Like it sounds weird because I have the headphones off. All right. Damn, I don't know if I like this voice. It sounds like because when I had the headphones on, you know, it sounds different. Like it's just in there, but it's now it sounds like how do I put it? It sounds like I'm listening to someone else talk, just out of. I just sound different. What the heck? Okay, okay. Enough about that. Um, it is 109. Is it 109 right now? Oh, it's 218. Oh, look at that. Wait, wait, wait. I'm reading this right now and it's 218. That's like double of 109. Right? Like 1, 2 and then 9, 18. Anyway, it's 218 now and I do want to sleep. Well, I don't want to get off, but I do want to sleep. And it's the middle of the week for me. But yep. All right, we've talked about the 100. Yeah, that's great. That is so great. Look at that. Wasn't it like literally? Yeah, it was the day before with the 62, and now 100. So jokes on him. Okay, my gaming stream. Oh no. I already know. I've already obviously I've already read all of this, but yeah, I don't think I don't okay wait. I don't think I crash out. Like maybe I've crashed out playing the game like once or twice like in my entire life, like maybe once, twice, or 3 times. I don't usually crash out. I just it's unfortunate, but I just end up being toxic. So I wouldn't say I crash out, but now this game makes me so toxic, man. It makes me so flipping toxic. Actually, I don't like that. Like you've got me out here calling people names and stuff. Oh man. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Sheesh. I think this game makes a lot of people toxic. Either makes you toxic. I don't think. Okay, I wouldn't be toxic if I was on if I wasn't on 130 ping because like you know I would accept my loss. Like I used to play with friends who are also on the same ping as with me, so who are also like on high ping, and if they killed me, which they didn't, but like if they did, I wouldn't feel. I'd be like, okay, that's my loss. I lost because I sucked. You were better there. You made the better choice. You had the better aim. You had the better whatever. You know you were a better player. You won fair and square. And honestly, I was fine with it. Like I didn't even like honestly I didn't even get angry. Like I don't rage at the game. But now it's a different story. Oh, by the way, whoever just joined, what we are waiting for is that I am building a Roblox style, not Roblox style specifically, actually. It's specific to Rivals, and I don't know why I generalized and called it Roblox. It's the Rivals player card thing. I'm building. I'm making it in Fortnite, so we're waiting for that to load up. As you can see, it is preparing. Anyway, um, I'm not toxic. It's just because of the flipping ping. It's the stupid ping. Because like this is how I like to think about it. Um, if someone is on, oops, I think we're ready. Let's see. So right now it should have a nicer gradient. The icon should not fade, and it should also have rounded corners. Oh my goodness, I'm so good. Oh my god. Sorry. That just looks so nice. Like, oh, I can't. Wait, hold on. Let me send this to Comple. Let me get like a good place. I'm just gonna record a video. Nope. 1 second. There we go. Alright, Comple. Oops. Look at that. Wait, no, I'm not even recording with the audio. Anyway, it has like the nice fade out to the corner with the thing. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Alright, so I'm thinking I should push this further and implement the health bar at the bottom. I don't know, maybe I'll do like a separate one at the bottom here. Or do like the Alright, let's just make it let's go for the oops, I forgot to cut this out. Recording. Stop. Okay. I should make it like update whenever you change your skin. Let's see if we can pop that out really quickly. All changing both. I don't think it would even do that because we don't. Oh, we do. Wait. Oh, we have on player exits. We can listen for when players end. This has got to be new. This has got to be new. Player exit. Okay, so we listen for player exit and then we will call a refresh thing. So let's say if this is this, mesh comp is not going to be that. Oh, well, mesh comp is going to be that, but we don't do this because we only just do get components. Actually, we can probably just get this directly and it should succeed because that is the component that is on there, right? Because this also subclasses of the mesh component. So we can either get the mesh component and attempt to cast it to this particular mesh, or we can just get the thing directly. So we do this, we do that, and the key part here is to get this. Right, we'll say if material is no. The mesh comp should be the thing. So we should be able to really just do mesh comp dot player card, which would be this, and then we want to do set this dot. Why is it doing that actually? In a second. Let's see. Something is this. So yeah, okay. So we're doing mesh comp dot player card, which is that. So this is material, so we want to cast that to this material here, right? Material is that. Now this material is specifically this one, so we would say card material or m underscore card is that. Then we can now do set m underscore card or player icon equals icon. So refresh card. This will do this. So I want to call this every time you exit a every time you exit a that thing. Now I guess the ways I could do this, I could tag the stuff and then get it in the thing. Yeah. All right, let's do that. Player changing booth. Changing. Cannot spell changing booth. Colon equals class. Tag. Ooh. Yeah, class. Tag. Alright, and then just tag the changing booth, and then we need a changing booths. So please store it. Do not subscribe. Yeah, no, don't store. So on simulate, first thing, let's just do it. No. I mean, yeah. If I do it here, it's gonna get it when the thing starts. If I get this while the game is running, then it's fine. But if I try to get it when the game's not running, it won't work. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to do it directly, and then I just have to make sure to get this while the game is running. Because that's when it sends the events, right? Yeah, wait, enabled at game start. So it's only enabled at game start. And it wouldn't send its events in the create phase. Alright, so let's say, sheesh. Let's do this. This should be public actually. You should be able to like call the refresh card from elsewhere. Alright, so put that aside, we will do on begin. Control avoid refresh. No. Yeah, on begin, and then in here we will do on fourth round start, subscribe. On fourth round start, not subscribe. We would subscribe on. Let's just go with this. That. And then yeah, when the fourth round starts, it would do for objects for device. No, just object really. Ouch, my eyes. For object in find creative object with tag. Okay. Find creative objects with tag. Changing booth. Booth. Is that it? Like, let's see. I'm not even sure. Yeah. This is not it. Creative objects with tag. Creative devices. Object. Is this it? Oh my goodness. No. I've forgotten what it's called, so let's go find it. Fortnite. Oh wait, not get. Find object with tag. So I was right. You just need a thing. What the heck? Tag. Castable subtype. One of these is duplicated. Okay, yeah, so this is the Sweden. Yeah, I know what I'm missing. Just do entity. Dot. Okay, can we do that? I think we can. Yeah, because it's going to be simulating already. All right, so find creative object tag, and then we will say booth colon equals changing booth So we have the now the thing is, oh, okay, nice, nice, nice. We have the player exit event. That's what we're looking for. Nice. So we're gonna do booth dot player exit event. Should have the player that exited, right? Yeah, player. Okay. Booth dot exit event. Subscribe. This should take in. Honestly, doesn't really matter because. So every time a player exits, it will refresh. If I leave it like this, it's going to refresh for every single person every time a single person goes out. So we can do a comparison here. All right. Booth, the player exit event. Dot subscribe. Dot subscribe on player exit booth. We're gonna make that be a specific thing. And what's that with? What, like, what's that about? Ambiguous with that doesn't. So I'm gonna hold up. Oh, you can't have a thing that's because of that one. So no matter. We just do local. All right. So player exit thingy there, and then player, and then we are going to do a comparison first. So if player is the same as the local player, then refresh card. Okay, well, if self.player is the same as local.player, I mean, you could also qualify it like this. If you don't want to do self.player, you could do this. So if this player, right, is equal to this player, but this is unnecessarily long, so let's just do self.player. So it's the same, this one. All right. If the player who just left is the one on this card, then refresh the card. And with that, I should be good to go. Because it may not look like it right now, but if I start the game. And I go in, and I change the skin. Then it doesn't really update, so. Now, if you go up here, something needs to save the changing bit. And you also need to add in a verse tag markup. Like that. And then you just you tag it. Hey yo, this is a changing booth. You do that, push changes. And now it should update when I leave the changing booth. Okay, let's read a little bit. Oh my god, tomorrow's Thursday. I don't have anything to do on Thursday, so I'm just gonna go to sleep after this, wake up, and log back in. Okay, I am it's okay to be toxic. Okay? It's not, I mean, wait. It's okay to be toxic on the games. There's nothing wrong with that. What am I saying? Either way, wait, I'm just gonna read what I wrote because. Oh, oh yeah. I'm a little too toxic. I think I've said that so much on the game, on the game, on the game, on the game, on the game. But of course, I'll never be toxic too. I'll never be toxic. Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously. Obviously. But you guys, we can be toxic to others together. Others on the game, like a little bit. That's a tiny bit. Um, yep. Oh wait. Oh, it has finished. I want to be spawning. Oh wait, actually, now I think about it, I should have made it so if it doesn't have anything anywhere, it would spawn not at 0, 0, but it would spawn on the entity where you have the thing. That's what I should have done. So not at 0, 0 because obviously you're gonna place it at an entity. It has to be on some entity, right? So if you don't have, where's my thingy? Or yeah, it will not respawn. It will respawn. It will do self location. Transform. Oh no. Is it hunger or sleep? I don't even know. Entity will transform. So we're gonna do. One second, let me find. Okay, we'll do this. Transform. That. So it will spawn at the entity and not at 0, 0. I'm thinking I go like crazy with this and I make it so that like right now I don't know what collision this is actually. Collision volume doesn't collide with things. Okay, so right now, wait, does it collide with things? I'm pretty sure it collides with things. Hold up. Because right now, if you spawn in the thing, like you will actually get stuck if you spawn in the thing. If it has collision, I don't know if it does. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, so I will fall through that, but if it's something that has collision, you get stuck. And I'm thinking it's possible for me to just, like with math, find the bounds of the object and spawn the player on top of the thing. Oh my god, that would be so delicious. Oh man, I love the fact that you can do things with you can do things. I love that fact that you can do things. Okay, so we'll do this, and I'm gonna push a full change again just because I get a chance to talk. All right. So. Okay. Holy moly. I miss mangoes. But it's okay. It's okay. We are locked in and working towards the goal, which is to get mangoes. And I will have mangoes every single day. My days, bro. Like, I'm just thinking, people giving like all these projects. Can they do all these projects? Like, if it were them, could they do it? Like, oh my lordy lord. But you guys got this. Oh. I can do that just by sampling a set from the place where the clothing is likely to be. I mean, it's pretty obvious what you would do. Well, I mean, I think it is. That's in the middle, and then you're combining that with the top. Yeah. Yeah, I do. There, 115.85 from the Y. Actually, sorry guys, I'm talking to someone. Actually, I would study where the elements are. here. But at the end of the day, it really still okay. All right, so the game is in progress, and I spawned there. So I should now always just spawn there. Yep, that is the setup. And boom, we got that. Go in, change my skin, do that, go back, and please just work. What the heck? Ooh, wait, I just realized something. I kind of stacked a bunch of them. Like every time I click on it, it kind of adds to, I think it should be like stacking to the one on top. So there should be like a bunch of them on top of each other right now, actually. Oh, okay. So the skin, I was wondering why it was chopped off, but it is chopped off in the picture. Like they just did not even bother rendering the top of a head. So yeah, I did stack a bunch of them. I think that's what happened. Okay, so let's do a fix for that so it doesn't add it to a player if they already have them. Work. Let's do, because you can actually see it stacking, because right now you see it's kind of like it's not that bright, and then I click again and then there's another one there and another one there, and it just stacks up like that. Let's fix that, which will be simple actually. On simulate, we will check if it already exists, if this component is already on this player, and if it is, we will just remove the one that we just added. So it will add and it'll remove itself basically. Yeah, let's do that. So let's put that in a thing. Let's put that in a thing. All right, we'll say what do we call it? As component. As component, right? And then we'll just do the sides. Yeah, make it really fast because computes. So it's not really going to be doing anything really. Void equals, and we will say player dot get entity dot get components, and it'll be this one. Wait, not get component. player dot get entity, which will return. Oh, no. I just realized we're not even adding it to the player. Right? You just create it and add it to the scene. And when it's added to the scene, it adds itself to the player, but not by adding itself to the player, but by setting the player as the parent. So what we should be doing is when you try to add it, to a player, we should go through for we can do like simulation entity. We can go through simulation. I'm about to go to sleep. Holy my eyes. Simulation entity dot find components. Find descendant components. That's what I'm looking for. I don't think I spelled that right. I think I did. Descendant components. I think this broke. Why is it? What is it doing? Like, what is the problem? Oh, damn, crazy. Oh man, I think I'm gonna go to sleep now. I'm not sleepy though. So we're gonna go through the thingy, get all of the components, right? And then we're gonna check if player is equal to comp dot player, and we're not not self, not self equal to comp. What this line is gonna do is actually let's kind of like do this one first, kind of like this. So we're gonna go. Let's not do not self. Not equal to comp. Okay, so we're gonna go through all of them, and then we'll get all of them, all the components, and then we're gonna check for all the ones that are not this one. So the component is not the same as the self. Let's just do comp not equal to self, and then all the ones that are not this one, we're gonna check if the player that is on them is the same as the player on ourself here is the same as the player on the component if this succeeds even once, right? Then maybe you don't need this decides actually. Let's do this and then do logic. What's the problem here? It returns. What did I? Oh. Ah, that's not what I was looking for. What the heck? Can't I return out of a flipping thing? Like return. Oh my goodness, I'm losing my mind here. Let's see. What if I return this one? Or return? Maybe. Void. Okay. It also gonna return something. How do I make this like a failure checker? Okay, I can't do this right now. So I'm gonna do like var as comp logic false set as comp equals true. Right. And then here at the end, I'm gonna do a check of as comp. So this is gonna be the size. So it's gonna if it's still false, then it will fail, and if this succeeded even once, then it will then it has component. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do before this happens on simulate. We are going to say if has component, then return. What's up with that? Oh my god. Of course, it has the has comp thing, so that I can roll back. Fail. Okay. And yeah, that's the goal, to build, and then push fresh changes, and now you'll see it wouldn't get brighter as I click in it, because it ideally should not keep adding more if I already have it. Why am I talking all? Why am I saying all of this? Like, usually I feel like what I should be doing is, if no one's watching, then I think I can be free and, you know, do what I want to do. And only if someone's watching that I'll explain, just so that, you know, it's in case if you know who is watching. And it's like, oh, okay, he's explaining what he's doing. All right. So there, click on it many times, and it is not adding a new one to me because I already have one. And of course, oops. If I start the game, actually, I don't know, how's that gonna go? Okay, I still have it. Now, when I go in, and change skins. Where the heck did I get this from? You know, I just have so many skins. I don't even know where the heck some of these came from. But yeah, that's just gonna work. Once you exit, it's going to refresh the thing. I wonder if I can make it like, because you have to do this in the material, right? If you can make it like outline the skin, kind of like what's going on here. There's kind of like a little outline there. But if I can make it outline the skin a little bit more, that would be great. But for me to do that, I would need to know where the bound. Can I do that? If I can figure out where it turns white. If it turns like, because basically the skin mask, the alpha, where the skin is present, that's going to be white, and where the skin is not present, that's going to be black. So if I can figure out a way to check the transition from white to black pixel, then I can grow that transition and then use that grown part as an outline. But honestly, that's not really a big deal, is it? Okay. Let's put Alright, another thing that someone just suggested, I could make it so that the color, the background color, is kind of like in theme with the skin color, or the color of the, like the main color. Here it would be yellow. Here it would be like red-ish, red-orange. Anyway, that actually didn't take too long to make. This is Trekky's favorite skin. Safari. Let me see if I do the health bar. Okay, I could probably do the health bar. Or maybe I shouldn't do the health bar, and I should just go to sleep. All right. I did quite a lot today. I did quite a bunch today. So there is the player spawners, which I feel like I'm missing some. There's something I'm not. Oh wait, I have done it, I think. So you can start the game and it would work, but I don't like how it looks. You start the game and like for a split second, you'll see that spawn in the sky. Now I can mask it by just by just putting a thing over them, like a black screen, or putting a black post-process in the sky part where you spawn, because most people often spawn, like you spawn in the same place in the sky. I could put a black post-process so you don't see yourself skydiving for a second. It doesn't look too great. But for now, I think this is good enough. Yeah. I think it's good enough. I still have to test joining progress. But it should be okay. Really. Yeah, you join, you spawn. And except for this line right here. This might need to be like checked. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. Well, not now, I'm just gonna wait for it to hit 6-hour mark, because, you know, why not? But yeah. Final thing I'm going to say on one, I think it's the last thing I wrote pretty much. Oh yeah, it was it was, but W mom in the chat for one, and I'm going to switch this over to 2. I will start on to when next I get on stream, which could be tomorrow. I mean, today it's already 3 a.m. Or it could be. I mean, I guess it'll be today. Oh my days! I didn't do the thing. I'm supposed to record the video for the stuff. All right, I'm gonna go off stream right now and see if I can like sleep a little bit because there's a thing happening. Hopefully, maybe in the morning, and then I will record the stuff for the video. I'll post the video on my TikTok and my. I mean, you guys don't care about the video, but I will be posting that video. So this is goodbye. It's 10 seconds now. So have a great rest of your day and see you all tomorrow or today in the evening.